What if I told you that nearly 2,000 years ago, a Bedouin shepherd boy hurled a rock into a cave and accidentally stumbled upon the most controversial religious discovery in all of human history? A discovery so explosive that religious institutions have spent decades working to control the story surrounding it. Today, we are going deep into the complete, unfiltered account of the Dead Sea Scrolls, including the stunning revelations that call into question everything you thought you understood about early Christianity and Judaism. You are about to find out why this discovery sent shockwaves rippling through the entire religious world. But before we get into all of that, if you are new to this channel, go ahead and hit that like button and subscribe if you have not done so already. It genuinely helps more than you know. Also, drop a comment letting us know where you are watching from and what time it is over there. We are building a global community here, so you can meet and connect with like-minded people from all corners of the world right there in the comment section below. So, without further delay, let us get into it, shall we? Picture a young Bedouin shepherd named Muhammad ed-Dib making his way through the rocky cliffs near the Dead Sea in 1947. The sun hammers down on limestone walls that have stood in silence for 2,000 years. His goat has wandered off somewhere among the caves. He picks up a stone and tosses it into the darkness of a cave opening. Instead of the dull thud he expects, he hears something shatter. Clay breaking, pottery splitting apart after centuries of patient waiting. Muhammad climbs down into the cave. His eyes slowly adjust to the faint light filtering in through the entrance. Tall clay jars line the walls like ancient sentinels. Some have already cracked open, spilling their contents across the cave floor. Inside these vessels, wrapped carefully in linen cloth, lie scrolls of parchment and papyrus. The shepherd cannot read the strange writing covering these documents. Hebrew letters dance across surfaces that have not seen daylight since Roman legions marched through these very hills. But something tells him these objects carry a weight that goes far beyond their physical presence. They feel important in a way that makes his hands tremble slightly as he lifts them. Muhammad carries several scrolls back to his camp. His family examines them with a mixture of curiosity and caution. Desert people understand that ancient things often bring both fortune and trouble. They decide to take the scrolls to Bethlehem, where antiquities dealers might offer a fair price. The dealer, who first lays eyes on these documents, recognizes almost immediately that they represent something truly extraordinary. The writing style belongs to a period long before the Common Era. The parchment carries the particular texture that comes only with great age. More importantly, the text itself contains phrases and passages that sound familiar, yet somehow different from any known religious writings. Word spreads quietly through networks of scholars and collectors. A Syrian Orthodox archbishop named Athanasius Yeshu Samuel purchases 4 of the scrolls. Professor Eliezer Sukunik from Hebrew University acquires 3 others through separate dealings. Both men sense they have come across something that could fundamentally reshape the understanding of ancient religious history. The scrolls begin their journey from cave to laboratory. Carbon dating would later confirm what scholars had suspected from the very start. These documents were written somewhere between the 3rd century before the Common Era and the 1st century of the Common Era. They represent one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the modern age. But even as excitement builds among academics, other forces begin to take notice. Religious institutions start asking careful questions about the content of these texts. What stories do they tell? Which beliefs do they support? And which do they challenge? How might they affect established teachings that have guided millions of believers for centuries? The shepherd's throw into that darkened cave has set in motion a chain of events that will unfold across decades. Scholars will battle over access to the scrolls, governments will assert ownership, religious leaders will wrestle with implications they never anticipated. Muhammad ed-Dib could not have known that his simple act of searching for a lost goat would unlock secrets that certain people had hoped would remain buried forever. That cave held more than ancient documents. It contained questions capable of challenging the very foundations of religious authority. They had absolutely no idea what they had just found, but the church did. The scroll that should not exist. The Dead Sea Scrolls emerged from their cave, carrying the full weight of 2,000 years of silence. These were not ordinary ancient documents uncovered by archaeologists following careful, methodical excavation procedures. They appeared suddenly and unexpectedly in the hands of Bedouin shepherds who had no grasp of their significance. More than simple historical artifacts, these scrolls represent an entire library, a whole collection of texts that someone had carefully gathered, copied, and preserved before hiding them away. The variety astonishes even the most experienced scholars. Biblical texts appear alongside previously unknown religious writings. Community rulebooks sit next to apocalyptic visions. Prayer collections rest beside detailed commentaries on ancient prophecies. The scrolls offer a window into a world that existed during one of the most pivotal periods in all of religious history. They come from the centuries immediately before and during the time when Christianity was first emerging from its Jewish roots. That timing alone makes them priceless for understanding how religious ideas developed and spread. But their value extends well beyond academic interest. These documents contain perspectives on faith, law, and divine purpose that sometimes align with traditional teachings and sometimes diverge from them in dramatic ways. They preserve voices that were eventually silenced as certain religious movements gained dominance over others. The discovery forces uncomfortable questions out into the open. Which version of ancient events should be considered authoritative? How much influence did various Jewish sects have on early Christian thinking? What beliefs and practices were deliberately left out of later religious traditions? Religious institutions find themselves facing a challenge they had not anticipated in the modern era. For centuries, they had controlled the narrative around ancient faith. They decided which texts would be regarded as sacred and which would simply be forgotten. They determined what believers should know about the origins of their religion. The scrolls bypass this traditional gatekeeping entirely. They speak directly from the past without any filter of later interpretation. They preserve ideas that powerful groups had very good reasons to suppress. They offer evidence that the development of religious thought was far more complex and contested than official histories have ever suggested. Academic scholars recognize right away that these documents will require decades of careful study. The texts need to be photographed, transcribed, translated, and analyzed in detail. Each scroll must be compared against known writings to identify relationships and influences. The work demands expertise in ancient languages, religious history, and archaeological methodology. Yet, even as the scholarly community prepares for this enormous undertaking, other dynamics begin shaping the process. Political considerations intrude on academic ones. Religious sensitivities influence decisions about which texts receive priority attention. National interests affect how the scrolls are distributed among research institutions. The stage is set for conflicts that will simmer for decades. Scholars will compete fiercely for access to unpublished materials. Religious leaders will work to minimize potential damage to established doctrines. Governments will use the scrolls to reinforce their own historical narratives. Hidden beneath all of these surface tensions lies a deeper truth. The scrolls represent knowledge that certain groups never intended to become public. They preserve perspectives that were meant to remain buried in desert caves forever. They challenge assumptions that have shaped religious thought for 2 full millennia. The discovery marks the beginning of a story that continues to unfold right up to today. Each newly translated text raises fresh questions. Each scholarly analysis reveals additional layers of complexity. Each attempt to suppress or control information about the scrolls only generates more public interest in what they actually contain. The scrolls refuse to stay silent any longer. They carry hidden truths that some believe the Church has never wanted the world to learn. The sect in the sand. Beyond the limestone cliffs where the scrolls lay concealed, a community once flourished in the harsh wilderness near the Dead Sea. Around 150 years before the Common Era, members of a Jewish sect established themselves at a place called Qumran. They came seeking purity in the desert, fleeing what they viewed as deep corruption in Jerusalem's temples. These people called themselves the Sons of Light. History knows them as the Essenes. They believed the end times were drawing near with great urgency, and that only through perfect adherence to divine law could they prepare themselves for the final battle between good and evil. Their settlement rose slowly from the desert floor. Stone buildings grew up around natural water sources. Ritual baths carved directly from rock allowed for the constant purification their beliefs demanded. Workshops provided space for the copying of sacred texts. Storage rooms held provisions for a community that fully expected to outlast the coming apocalypse. The Essenes lived according to strict rules that governed every single aspect of daily existence. They shared all possessions in common, believing that private ownership bred corruption of the soul. They took their meals together in sacred silence, treating each bite as a holy act. They bathed multiple times each day, washing away impurities, both physical and spiritual. New members underwent years of careful preparation before being admitted fully into the group. They studied community laws, practiced ritual observances, and demonstrated their commitment through increasingly demanding tests. Those who succeeded gained access to secret teachings that the group guarded carefully from all outsiders. The community's scribes worked without pause, copying texts by the light of candles and oil lamps. They reproduced books of the Hebrew Bible, but also created new writings that reflected their own distinctive beliefs. Prophetic commentaries explained how ancient predictions were being fulfilled in their very own time. Rule books outlined the proper conduct expected of all community members. Apocalyptic visions described the coming cosmic war in vivid detail. Their library grew year by year, scroll by scroll. Each text was copied with meticulous attention to accuracy, checked carefully, and stored in clay jars designed to protect parchment from the harsh desert conditions. The community viewed this work as essential preparation for Judgment Day, when only those who possessed true knowledge would be able to survive. Daily routines followed patterns established by religious law and community custom. Members rose before dawn for prayers and ritual washing. They worked in gardens, workshops, and scriptoriums through the daylight hours. Evenings brought communal meals and study sessions where teachers explained sacred mysteries to devoted students. The settlement included designated quarters for different groups within the community. Priests held positions of highest authority, followed by other members ranked according to their level of spiritual development. Newcomers lived separately until they had proven themselves worthy of full membership. Even the seating arrangements at communal meals reflected this carefully maintained hierarchy. Women and children had places within the community, though their precise roles remain less clear from surviving evidence. Some texts suggest that families lived at Qumran, while others imply that the core group practiced strict celibacy. The community may well have included both married and unmarried members, pursuing different paths toward the same spiritual goals. Their isolation from wider society was not total. The Essenes maintained connections with sympathizers in Jerusalem and other cities. They received news about political developments and religious controversies. But they remained firmly convinced that only in the desert could they maintain the purity necessary for surviving the coming judgment. As the decades passed, the community grew increasingly certain that the end was approaching. Roman occupation of Judea seemed to fulfill ancient prophecies about foreign domination. Corruption in the Jerusalem temple appeared to signal the final breakdown of proper worship. Wars and natural disasters suggested that cosmic forces were aligning for the ultimate confrontation. The Essenes prepared accordingly. They intensified their copying of sacred texts, ensuring that divine knowledge would survive whatever destruction might come. They refined their rules for righteous living, believing that only perfectly organized communities would endure the coming tribulation. They composed new prayers and hymns intended for use in the purified temple they expected God to establish after the final victory. Their story was one of patient waiting, combined with urgent preparation. They believed they were living through the last days, yet they also planned carefully for a future in which their preserved wisdom would guide a renewed world. Enemies of Jerusalem. The religious landscape of ancient Judea contained far more diversity than most people realize today. Multiple Jewish groups competed for influence and followers during the centuries before the Common Era. Each one claimed to represent authentic tradition, while accusing the others of dangerous innovation or outright corruption. The Pharisees placed great emphasis on careful interpretation of written law, combined with oral traditions that had been passed down through generations. They believed that divine commands required detailed explanation in order to address constantly changing circumstances. Their approach allowed Judaism to adapt and evolve, while still maintaining its core principles. The Sadducees controlled the temple in Jerusalem and the priesthood that conducted its rituals. They accepted only written scriptures as authoritative, rejecting the oral traditions that the Pharisees held so dear. Their power depended on maintaining workable relationships with the foreign rulers who effectively controlled Judean political life. The Zealots advocated violent resistance against Roman occupation. They viewed foreign rule as a direct violation of divine sovereignty, one that fully justified armed rebellion. Some among them carried out assassinations of collaborators and launched attacks on Roman officials and their supporters. The Essenes rejected all of these approaches as fundamentally flawed. They saw the Pharisees as too willing to compromise with worldly concerns. They viewed the Sadducees as corrupt collaborators who had polluted the temple through improper practices and foreign influence. They considered the Zealots misguided in their methods, even while sharing their underlying goal of liberation. More than just theological differences separated these groups from one another. Political calculations shaped their positions on questions of law and religious practice. Economic interests influenced their attitudes toward foreign rule. Social factors determined which teachings would prove most appealing to different audiences. The Pharisees drew their support from merchants, craftsmen, and others who needed religious guidance for navigating daily business dealings. Their detailed interpretations of law provided practical answers for people living in a complex commercial society. Their synagogue system created local centers of learning and worship that operated independently of temple control. The Sadducees maintained their position through collaboration with Roman authorities who found them useful for managing Jewish affairs. Their control of temple sacrifices and festivals gave them broad influence over religious life throughout Judea. Their aristocratic backgrounds connected them with wealthy families who had a strong interest in maintaining social stability. The Zealots attracted followers from among peasants and the urban poor, those who suffered most under foreign taxation and local corruption. Their call for resistance resonated deeply with people who had very little to lose from violent upheaval. Their willingness to die for their beliefs inspired others to similar acts of sacrifice. The Essenes appealed to those who sought spiritual perfection through deliberate withdrawal from a compromised society. Their promise of secret knowledge attracted intellectuals who were deeply dissatisfied with conventional answers. Their communal lifestyle offered genuine security for those willing to surrender individual autonomy. These differences created fertile ground for conflict that went far beyond academic debate. Groups accused one another of heresy, corruption, and betrayal. They competed for control of synagogues, schools, and other important institutions. They sought support from foreign powers whenever it served their purposes. The Essenes positioned themselves as the only pure remnant of authentic Judaism. They viewed Jerusalem's temple as hopelessly corrupted by improper priests following false interpretations of divine law. They expected God's judgment to destroy all competing groups while vindicating their own righteousness entirely. Their writings preserve harsh criticisms of other Jewish leaders, whom they identified with biblical villains and false prophets. They developed elaborate theories about how corruption had entered religious institutions through foreign influence and domestic compromise. They predicted confidently that only their community would survive the coming apocalypse. This intensely sectarian environment shaped early Christian development in ways that become far clearer through careful study of the scrolls. Many ideas that appear distinctively Christian actually existed within Judaism well before Jesus began his ministry. Concepts like ritual baptism, communal meals, and dualistic thinking about cosmic warfare between good and evil appeared across multiple Jewish groups. The boundaries between sects remained more fluid than their mutual hostility might suggest. Individuals sometimes moved from one group to another as their beliefs evolved and changed. Ideas crossed factional lines through shared texts and personal relationships. Common concerns about foreign rule and religious authenticity occasionally created alliances against external threats. Understanding this diversity helps explain why the scrolls represent such a profound challenge to later religious orthodoxy. They preserve perspectives that were eventually pushed to the margins as certain groups gained dominance over all the others. They document beliefs and practices that official histories chose to leave out entirely. Chronicles of Chaos. The scrolls as resistance. The scrolls found at Qumran carried messages that reached far beyond religious instruction. They functioned as resistance literature, preserving sharp critiques of political and religious authority that their authors considered deeply and fundamentally corrupt. These texts challenged not only foreign rule, but also the domestic collaboration that enabled it. Many scrolls attacked the Jerusalem temple establishment with language that would have been considered treasonous by both Jewish and Roman authorities. The authors described the current priesthood as illegitimate usurpers who had polluted sacred rituals through improper practices and foreign influence. One text refers to the official priesthood as sons of darkness who serve evil rather than divine purposes. Another describes temple sacrifices as abominations that provoke divine anger rather than please God. These were not merely theological disagreements. They were direct challenges to the institutions that formed the very foundation of Jewish, religious, and political life. The scrolls also contained coded references to contemporary political figures that scholars continue to debate to this day. Names like the wicked priest and the man of lies appear to designate specific leaders whom the authors viewed as enemies of all righteousness. The term Kittim likely refers to the Romans, described as a foreign force, bringing nothing but destruction and oppression. Beyond criticism, the scrolls outlined alternative visions for how religious and social life should properly be organized. They described communities where wealth was shared equally, where decisions were made collectively, and where leadership was based on spiritual merit rather than inherited position or political connection. These ideals stood in direct contradiction to the hierarchical structures that dominated both Jewish and Roman society. The suggestion that ordinary people could organize themselves according to divine law, without any reference to established authorities, represented a fundamental challenge to existing power relationships. The scrolls preserved detailed rules for community governance that minimized individual authority while maximizing collective responsibility. Leaders served limited terms and faced removal for any misconduct. Decisions required genuine consensus rather than dictatorial decree. Even punishment was administered through group processes rather than the judgment of any single individual. Economic arrangements described in the scrolls reflected similar principles. Members contributed all personal property to common funds managed by elected officials. Resources were distributed according to need rather than status or contribution. Work assignments rotated regularly to prevent the emergence of permanent class divisions. These practices were not merely theoretical ideals, they were practical arrangements that the Qumran community actually put into daily operation. Archaeological evidence confirms that the settlement included workshops, storage facilities, and meeting spaces specifically designed to support collective life. The absence of luxury items or any sign of individual wealth accumulation supports what the texts themselves describe. The scrolls also contained apocalyptic literature that predicted the violent overthrow of current religious and political arrangements. They described cosmic wars between forces of light and darkness that would result in the total destruction of existing institutions and the establishment of divine rule on earth. These visions were not passive hopes for divine intervention. They reflected active preparation for participation in the conflicts to come. The texts include detailed descriptions of military organization, weapons systems, and battle tactics that suggest the authors expected to fight, not merely to witness, the apocalypse. The War Scroll provides extensive instructions for organizing an army of the righteous that would fight alongside angelic forces in defeating both earthly and spiritual enemies. It describes troop formations, signal systems, and ceremonial procedures for conducting holy warfare against corrupt opponents. Such materials would have been considered outright seditious by Roman authorities, who viewed apocalyptic movements as dangerous sources of potential rebellion. They would also have deeply alarmed Jewish leaders who preferred careful accommodation with foreign rule to the enormous risks of violent confrontation. Preserving these texts required considerable courage from every community member who knew that possession of such materials could result in severe punishment. The decision to hide the scrolls in remote desert caves rather than destroy them suggests that the authors believed their messages would eventually reach the right audiences. The scrolls represent far more than religious literature. They document a sustained critique of political and religious authority that their authors considered fundamentally illegitimate. They preserve alternative visions for social organization that challenged basic assumptions about power and hierarchy. Their discovery in the modern era has created strikingly similar challenges for religious institutions that would prefer not to acknowledge the full extent of ancient diversity within Jewish and early Christian traditions. The scrolls make clear that resistance to established authority has very deep roots in religious history. The secret archive, building the library hidden at Qumran, required extraordinary dedication and sophisticated organizational planning. The community's scribes worked for generations to assemble, copy, and preserve texts they believed contained essential knowledge for surviving the end times. The physical process of scroll production demanded specialized skills and materials that were not easily obtained in a remote desert setting. Scribes needed parchment made from carefully prepared animal skins, inks mixed according to precise formulas, and writing implements specially crafted for detailed work on delicate surfaces. Parchment preparation began with selecting appropriate animal hides that would yield smooth, durable writing surfaces. The skins then underwent weeks of treatment involving soaking, scraping, stretching, and chemical processing to remove hair and fat while preserving the material's flexibility and strength. Ink production required a command of chemistry that scribes guarded jealously as trade secrets. The finest inks combined carbon black with plant-based binders that could resist fading across centuries. Some texts were written using metallic inks that offered greater permanence but demanded more expensive raw materials. The scribes themselves represented the intellectual elite of their community. They possessed literacy skills that were genuinely rare in the ancient world, combined with deep knowledge of religious law and tradition. Their training encompassed not only technical writing abilities, but also the theological education necessary to understand and faithfully transmit complex religious concepts. Different scribes developed distinctive personal styles that modern scholars can now identify and trace across multiple documents. Some specialized in biblical materials, copying books of Hebrew scripture with meticulous attention to textual accuracy. Others concentrated on community rules, legal commentaries, or apocalyptic literature. The community maintained strict quality control over all its scribal work. Texts were checked multiple times for accuracy before being accepted into the permanent collection. Errors required complete recopying rather than simple correction, ensuring that the archive would contain only perfect versions of all important materials. Storage systems reflected the community's understanding that their library needed to survive for an indefinite period. Clay jars were manufactured according to carefully considered designs intended to protect scrolls from moisture, insects, and other environmental threats. The jars were sealed with pitch and deposited in caves that offered stable temperature and humidity conditions throughout the year. Some texts received special treatment that hints at their particular importance to the community. The copper scroll was inscribed on metal sheets that would outlast conditions capable of destroying ordinary parchment. Other documents were wrapped in multiple layers of linen cloth before being placed inside their storage jars. The community organized its collection according to categories reflecting its religious priorities. Biblical texts were kept separate from sectarian writings. Legal materials were distinguished from liturgical ones. Apocalyptic literature was stored apart from community rules and administrative documents. Catalog systems helped librarians locate specific texts within the ever-growing collection. While no complete inventory has survived to the present day, surviving fragments suggest the community maintained detailed records of which materials were stored in which locations. Such organization would have been absolutely essential for a library that eventually came to include hundreds of individual documents. The archive also included materials that the community had not created itself, but considered important enough to preserve. Copies of texts produced by other Jewish groups appear alongside distinctively Essene writings. Some documents may have been acquired through purchase, trade, or other exchanges with outside communities. Certain texts were designated as secret knowledge, accessible only to fully initiated members of the community. These materials contained advanced theological teachings, mystical practices, or prophetic revelations that were not considered appropriate for general circulation. Access to such texts marked important milestones in a member's spiritual development and standing. The decision to conceal the entire collection suggests that community leaders recognized the Roman forces were closing in and that the settlement would almost certainly be destroyed. Rather than allow their precious library to fall into hostile hands or be lost to time, they chose to preserve it for future discovery. The extraordinary care taken throughout this preservation process speaks volumes about how highly the community valued its accumulated knowledge. They believed these texts contained information essential for understanding divine will and preparing properly for the end times. Their successful concealment ensured that modern scholars would eventually gain access to perspectives that might otherwise have vanished from history completely. Fire and sand. The fall of Qumran. The year 68 CE brought Roman legions sweeping through Judea with devastating and methodical efficiency. The first Jewish revolt had been raging for 2 years, and Roman commanders were absolutely determined to crush all resistance with overwhelming force. No settlement, no matter how remote, would be permitted to serve as a refuge for rebels. Archaeological evidence tells the story of Qumran's final days through layers of ash, broken pottery, and hastily abandoned possessions. Coins found among the ruins date to the 4th year of the revolt, providing a precise timeline for the community's destruction. The pattern of damage points to a deliberate military assault rather than gradual abandonment over time. Roman forces approached from multiple directions, cutting off escape routes and ensuring that no residents could flee to warn other settlements of what was coming. The attack came swiftly, giving the community little time to prepare defenses or move valuable possessions to safety. Most buildings show clear signs of fire damage, consistent with systematic and intentional destruction. The Essenes had never been warriors in any conventional sense. Their preparations for cosmic battle involved spiritual purification and ritual practice rather than military training of any kind. When faced with experienced Roman professionals, they had virtually no hope of mounting effective resistance. Yet someone within the community had prepared for exactly this possibility. The systematic hiding of scrolls in nearby caves suggests careful advance planning rather than desperate last-minute improvisation. The care taken to properly seal jars and protect the documents indicates that community leaders had anticipated this destruction, even while hoping that their library might somehow survive it. The process of concealing the scrolls must have required considerable time and coordinated effort. Heavy clay jars filled with precious documents needed to be transported to remote cave locations and carefully positioned to avoid detection. The work would have required multiple trips by several people working under extreme time pressure and fear. Some scholars suggest that the community had been preparing for this very eventuality for months or even years. Roman forces had been operating throughout Judea, destroying settlements suspected of harboring or supporting rebels. The Essenes would have been well aware that their desert isolation offered only temporary protection. The selection of materials for preservation reveals the community's deepest priorities in those final desperate hours. Biblical texts were saved alongside sectarian writings, suggesting that both were considered equally vital for future generations. Legal documents and administrative records were largely left behind, indicating that in those last moments, practical concerns gave way entirely to spiritual ones. The physical evidence suggests that most community members either died during the attack or were captured and removed as prisoners. Bodies have not been found at the site itself, but Roman practice involved clearing battlefields and disposing of casualties well away from areas they intended to occupy or use. Some residents may have managed to escape into the surrounding wilderness before the attack began. Desert terrain that hindered Roman mobility could have provided temporary refuge for small groups who were intimately familiar with local conditions. However, long-term survival in such a harsh environment would have required resources and specialized knowledge that sedentary community members might not have possessed in sufficient quantity. The ultimate fate of any escaped Essenes remains one of history's genuine mysteries. Some scholars suggest they joined other Jewish communities and gradually integrated their distinctive beliefs into broader religious movements. Others have proposed that they maintained separate groups that eventually exerted influence on early Christian development. Qumran itself was abandoned after the Roman assault and never reoccupied as a religious center. The buildings gradually crumbled under the relentless desert conditions, leaving only foundations and scattered artifacts for modern archaeologists to eventually uncover. The settlement's brief flourishing had ended in violence and destruction. The community's careful preservation of their library proved far more successful than any attempt to preserve their physical presence. The scrolls remained hidden in their caves for nearly 2,000 years, patiently waiting for accidental discovery by a Bedouin shepherd who had no understanding whatsoever of their significance. Roman efficiency in suppressing the revolt ensured that knowledge of the Qumran community and its beliefs disappeared almost entirely from historical memory. Later, Jewish and Christian writers made no mention of the Essenes' distinctive teachings or their hidden archive. The successful concealment became, at the same time, a successful erasure. The destruction of Qumran marked the end of one chapter in the scroll's story, but also the quiet beginning of another. Hidden in darkness, sealed in clay, the texts entered a long period of silent waiting that would last until the modern era finally brought them back into the light of human knowledge. The shepherd And the black market. Muhammad ed-Dib had no idea that his discovery would eventually reshape the world's understanding of ancient religion. The young Bedouin shepherd simply knew that the scrolls might bring enough money to meaningfully improve his family's circumstances. Desert life offered few opportunities for sudden wealth, and these strange documents seemed to present exactly that kind of rare possibility. The journey from cave to marketplace began with careful consideration of where to take the scrolls for proper evaluation. Bethlehem hosted several antiquities dealers who served collectors from Jerusalem, Europe, and America. These merchants had extensive experience evaluating ancient objects and maintained connections with buyers who paid substantial sums for genuine artifacts. The first dealer to examine the scrolls recognized almost at once that they represented something genuinely exceptional. The Hebrew script belonged to a period long before the Common Era. The parchment showed exactly the kind of aging appropriate for documents of great antiquity. Most importantly, the text itself contained passages that seemed both strangely familiar and yet different from any religious writings previously known. Word of the discovery spread quickly through networks of scholars, collectors, and religious figures who had maintained active interests in biblical archaeology. Each group approached the scrolls with different motivations and very different ideas about what should happen to them. Syrian Orthodox Archbishop Athanasius Yeshu Samuel emerged as one of the first serious buyers. He purchased 4 scrolls for a price that seemed reasonable to the Bedouin sellers, but which represented only a tiny fraction of their eventual value. Samuel understood that the documents might contain materials directly relevant to early Christian history. Professor Eliezer Sukenek from Hebrew University acquired 3 additional scrolls through separate negotiations. His academic background allowed him to appreciate their scholarly significance even before any detailed translation work had begun. He grasped that these texts could provide unprecedented insights into the development of Jewish religious thought. The remaining scrolls entered a complex web of dealers, collectors, and institutions that would take years to fully untangle. Some changed hands multiple times as their value became increasingly apparent. Others disappeared into private collections, where they remained hidden from scholarly examination for years or even decades. The antiquities trade operated according to informal rules that prioritized profit over archaeological preservation above all else. Dealers had little interest in carefully documenting where objects came from or precisely how they were found. Such information might complicate ownership claims or reduce market values by raising awkward questions about legal acquisition. Bedouin sellers found themselves caught between traditional desert customs and modern legal systems they had little basis for understanding. Their discovery of the scrolls gave them moral claims to ownership, but various governments and institutions asserted legal authority over all archaeological materials found within their territories. The scrolls' journey through black market channels created lasting problems for the scholars who eventually gained access to them. The absence of proper archaeological documentation made it genuinely difficult to reconstruct the original context of the discovery. Important information about how the texts were stored and what other materials might have been associated with them was lost forever. Some scrolls suffered damage during their time in private hands, as dealers and collectors attempted to improve their appearance or broke them into smaller pieces that could be sold separately and for greater total profit. These interventions destroyed evidence that might have helped scholars understand how the documents were originally organized and stored. The commercial value of the scrolls quickly attracted forgers who began producing fake documents to meet growing collector demand. Distinguishing authentic ancient texts from modern imitations required sophisticated analytical techniques that were not always available to buyers operating in underground markets. Several prominent forgeries went undetected for decades after their initial sale. International tensions further complicated efforts to establish clear ownership of the scrolls. The 1947 discovery occurred during the final months of the British Mandate for Palestine, just before the establishment of Israel and the outbreak of the First Arab-Israeli War. That political upheaval made it enormously difficult to establish clear legal frameworks for handling such a momentous archaeological discovery. Different governments claimed authority over the scrolls based on where they were found, where they were subsequently sold, and which institutions had ultimately acquired them. These competing claims would shape access to the materials for many years, as political considerations repeatedly influenced decisions about which scholars could study which texts. The involvement of religious institutions added yet another layer of complexity to already tangled ownership questions. Churches and universities that had purchased scrolls argued that their scholarly missions fully justified their acquisition of the materials. However, their theological commitments also created potential conflicts between academic objectivity and religious orthodoxy. The shepherd's simple desire to profit from his discovery had unleashed forces that would affect the scrolls for generations to come. Commercial, political, and religious considerations would all play significant roles in determining how these ancient texts would be studied, interpreted, and eventually shared with the wider world. The Church enters the chat. News of the scroll discovery reached religious institutions through networks of scholars, diplomats, and collectors who fully appreciated the potential implications of ancient religious texts suddenly coming to light. The Catholic Church, with its extensive scholarly apparatus and its long historical experience managing sensitive archaeological discoveries, quickly recognized the need for direct involvement. Vatican officials approached the situation with characteristic caution. Their initial interest centered on determining whether the scrolls contained materials with direct relevance to early Christian history. If the texts proved as significant as early reports suggested, the Church wanted to ensure that qualified scholars with appropriate religious sensitivity would be guiding their interpretation. The Jerusalem office of the l'École biblique et archéologique française became a crucial contact point between the Church and the emerging scroll investigation. This Dominican institution had already established itself as a respected center for biblical scholarship in the Holy Land, combining rigorous academic standards with consistently orthodox theological perspectives. Father Roland de Vaux emerged as one of the central figures in early scroll research. His background in biblical archaeology and his standing within Catholic academic circles made him an ideal candidate to represent church interests while maintaining broader scholarly credibility. His appointment to key leadership positions in scroll research would prove deeply influential for decades to come. The Israeli government also asserted strong claims over the scrolls as archaeological treasures discovered within territory under its control. Officials argued that these materials represented an essential part of Jewish heritage that belonged in Israeli institutions rather than in foreign collections. However, political complications arising from the 1948 war limited their immediate ability to secure all of the materials. American scholarly institutions entered the picture through their existing relationships with Middle Eastern archaeological projects. Universities and museums that had supported excavations in Palestine and Jordan brought expertise, funding, and international connections that made them valuable partners in the scroll research effort. The Rockefeller Museum in Jerusalem became a central focal point for international collaboration on scroll research. Originally established during the British Mandate period, the museum provided something like neutral ground, where scholars from different countries and institutions could work together on materials that might otherwise have become the subject of endless political dispute. John D. Rockefeller, Jr. had funded the museum's construction and continued to support its operations through his philanthropic foundation. This American financial backing gave the institution genuine independence from direct government control, while ensuring adequate resources for the complex, long-term research that the scrolls demanded. Religious sensitivities shaped early decisions about how scroll research should be organized and conducted at every level. Church officials were keenly interested in ensuring that potentially controversial materials would be interpreted by scholars who fully understood the implications of various findings for contemporary religious belief and practice. The composition of the initial research team reflected these concerns clearly. Catholic scholars received prominent positions, while Protestant and Jewish researchers found their access considerably more limited. Secular academics were largely excluded from the early phases of the work, despite the valuable contributions they could have made to linguistic and historical analysis. This religious influence extended to decisions about which scrolls would receive priority attention and how quickly various texts would be released for publication. Materials that appeared to support traditional religious narratives were studied and made public more rapidly than those that might raise difficult questions about established doctrines. The Church's involvement brought both real advantages and significant disadvantages to the scroll research enterprise. Religious institutions contributed resources, expertise, and international connections that genuinely facilitated complex scholarly work. However, their theological commitments also created potential conflicts between academic objectivity and the demands of religious orthodoxy. Funding for scroll research came partly from religious sources that carried specific expectations about how the work should be conducted and what kinds of conclusions would ultimately be acceptable. These financial arrangements created subtle but persistent pressures that influenced scholarly priorities and publication decisions in ways that were not always openly acknowledged. The selection of Jerusalem as the primary location for scroll research placed the materials in a politically charged environment where religious, national, and academic interests intersected in particularly complex ways. Decisions about access, interpretation, and publication would need to navigate all of these competing claims simultaneously. The Church's entry into scroll research established patterns that would persist for decades. Religious institutions would continue to play important roles in funding, organizing, and shaping the interpretation of the materials. However, their involvement would also generate mounting criticism from scholars who believed that theological concerns were systematically compromising academic integrity. The scrolls that vanished. As scroll research moved through the 1950s and 1960s, troubling patterns began to surface regarding the availability of certain materials for open scholarly examination. Texts that had been catalogued and photographed appeared to vanish from active research projects without any clear explanation. Other documents were described only in broad strokes and never made available for independent review. The most striking example involved materials that came to be known as the secret scrolls. Early accounts from the research team mentioned texts carrying unusual theological content that needed careful evaluation before being released to the public. These documents were photographed and preliminary translations were drafted, but the materials then disappeared from all public discussion. Rumors began circulating within academic circles about scroll fragments containing passages that called traditional biblical narratives into question. Some stories described texts offering alternative versions of events recorded in canonical scriptures. Others pointed to materials suggesting links between Jewish sectarian movements and the earliest Christian communities. The research team developed a classification system that appeared designed to restrict access to potentially controversial content. Certain texts were labeled as requiring special handling due to their fragile state or the preliminary nature of their analysis. These classifications often hardened into permanent barriers against independent scholarly review. Father Dvao and his colleagues held firm control over which materials would be made available to outside researchers. They argued that rushing to publish poorly understood texts could produce misinterpretations and sensational media coverage that would damage serious scholarship. However, critics suspected that religious considerations were driving these decisions. Some scrolls that had appeared in early reports simply vanished from later publications and scholarly conversations. When questioned about specific texts, members of the research team claimed the materials had been lost, stolen, or revealed upon closer inspection to be forgeries. Yet they offered little evidence to support any of these explanations. The photography archives maintained by the research team became another source of dispute. Scholars who requested images of particular texts were told that the photographs had been damaged, misfiled, or were unavailable for technical reasons. The centralized control over visual documentation made it impossible to independently verify any of these claims. Certain scroll fragments were combined with other materials in ways that made their original content extremely difficult to reconstruct. When scholars eventually gained access to these composite documents, they found it nearly impossible to determine what text had originally appeared on specific pieces of parchment. The research team's publication schedule seemed to reflect priorities that were not entirely academic in nature. Biblical texts that reinforced traditional religious narratives appeared in print relatively quickly. Sectarian materials that raised questions about the development of early Judaism and Christianity remained unpublished for decades. Vatican involvement in scroll research added further concerns about the possible suppression of troublesome materials. The Church had historical experience managing archaeological discoveries that might challenge religious orthodoxy, and critics worried that similar considerations were now shaping decisions about the Dead Sea Scrolls. Some researchers who worked on the scrolls during the early decades later admitted they had been informally instructed to steer clear of certain topics in their publications. These unwritten guidelines discouraged any discussion of materials that might prove embarrassing to religious institutions or that could be used as propaganda during the Cold War period. The geographical spread of scroll materials created additional opportunities for selective suppression. Fragments were scattered among institutions in Jerusalem, Europe, and America, making it difficult for any single scholar to gain a complete picture. This fragmentation also made it harder to detect when materials were being deliberately kept from examination. Private collectors, who had acquired scroll fragments in the years following their discovery, sometimes refused to make those materials available for scholarly study. These individuals had paid considerable sums for the ancient documents and were reluctant to allow access that might diminish their commercial value or raise questions about ownership. The emergence of carbon dating and other scientific techniques created new opportunities for authenticating the scrolls, but also new incentives for certain parties to limit access to materials. Tests that might prove documents were forgeries or had been altered could destroy scholarly reputations and substantial financial investments alike. Language barriers provided another mechanism for controlling access to the scroll's contents. Many potentially significant fragments remained untranslated for decades because qualified linguists were denied access to the materials. When translations were eventually prepared, they sometimes differed significantly from earlier descriptions of the same texts. The establishment of Israel as an independent nation introduced new political dynamics around scroll ownership and access. Israeli authorities wanted to ensure that materials representing Jewish heritage would be properly preserved and interpreted, but this legitimate concern also provided cover for decisions driven by religious rather than purely scholarly considerations. International tensions during the Cold War shaped attitudes towards scroll research in ways that few had anticipated. Western institutions feared that controversial archaeological findings might be exploited by communist propaganda aimed at undermining religious faith. These anxieties encouraged cautious conservative approaches to both publication and interpretation. The scrolls that vanished represent one of the most troubling chapters in early scroll research. Their disappearance implies that some materials contained information that powerful institutions would have preferred to keep hidden. The loss of these texts impoverished scholarly understanding of ancient religious development and left lasting questions about academic integrity in biblical archaeology. Modern efforts to reconstruct the contents of missing scrolls rely on fragmentary evidence drawn from early reports, photographs, and scholarly correspondence. These investigations have uncovered tantalizing hints about materials that might have transformed our understanding of early Judaism and Christianity had they been properly preserved and studied. The pattern of selective suppression established during those early decades created a climate of suspicion that still influences the field today. Scholars now approach new discoveries with an awareness that institutional interests can conflict with academic objectivity, and that vigilance is necessary to ensure that important findings reach the wider scholarly community. Picture a room inside Jerusalem's Rockefeller Museum. Sunlight filters through dusty windows, casting long shadows across wooden tables where ancient fragments rest beneath glass. 8 men sit around those tables with magnifying glasses in hand, their faces lit by the warm glow of desk lamps. They work without speaking, carefully cataloguing, translating, and deciphering. This scene repeats day after day, year after year. The same 8 faces, the same quiet room, the same ancient secrets locked away from the world. These men called themselves the International Team. The world would come to know them differently. They became the gatekeepers of humanity's most precious manuscripts, the guardians of knowledge that belonged to everyone but was shared with almost no one. Their monopoly would stretch across decades, transforming scholarly collaboration into a form of academic feudalism. Roland Vaux led this scholarly brotherhood, a Dominican priest with sharp eyes and an even sharper sense of control. He understood something fundamental about power. Information withheld grows more valuable than information shared. Each fragment he kept locked away accumulated greater mystique, greater importance, and a deeper desperation in those who longed to see it. The team operated according to a simple principle. Only they could read the scrolls. Only they could interpret their meaning. Only they could decide when the world was ready for what these ancient texts contained. They parceled out fragments like precious coins, releasing just enough to maintain their reputations while keeping the vast majority hidden in filing cabinets and storage boxes. Years turned into decades. Graduate students grew old, waiting for access to texts that might have transformed their careers. Scholars at universities across the globe submitted requests that vanished into bureaucratic silence. The scrolls had been rescued from desert caves, only to disappear into a different kind of darkness, buried beneath layers of academic protocol and religious caution. The team justified their approach with reasonable-sounding explanations. These texts required careful study. Hasty publication might produce errors, the fragments were fragile, and the translations complex. Each excuse carried enough truth to seem plausible, enough ambiguity to deflect criticism. But beneath these explanations lay something deeper and more troubling. Some scrolls challenged fundamental assumptions about biblical history. Others contained theological ideas that mainstream Christianity had rejected centuries earlier. The longer these texts remained hidden, the less disruption they might cause to established religious doctrine. The team had become unwitting servants of institutional comfort, shielding churches and synagogues from the difficult questions their congregations might raise. John Strugnell inherited leadership when Dvao passed away. Where Dvao had been cautiously controlling, Strugnell proved almost possessive. He spoke of the scrolls as though they belonged to him personally, as though decades of study had granted him a kind of ownership over ancient wisdom. His interviews grew increasingly defensive, and his explanations more strained. The scholarly world began stirring with frustration. Conferences buzzed with whispered complaints. Academic journals published pointed editorials questioning why these crucial texts remained beyond reach. The very scholars who should have been collaborating found themselves locked in an adversarial relationship with the team that controlled their field's most consequential discoveries. Meanwhile, the fragments continued their slow deterioration. Each passing year took its toll on the ancient parchment and papyrus. Some pieces crumbled beyond recognition while still locked away from examination. The irony was almost unbearable. Texts that had survived 2,000 years in desert caves were decaying in climate-controlled storage because too few eyes were permitted to study them and too few minds allowed to preserve their contents. The monopoly created a strange dynamic in Dead Sea Scrolls scholarship. Knowledge became currency, access became privilege, secrecy became standard procedure. Young researchers learned to navigate a system where progress depended not on merit or insight, but on political connections and institutional affiliations. The pursuit of truth had transformed into a game of academic politics. Religious institutions watched nervously from the sidelines. The Catholic Church, having seen how archaeological discoveries had complicated biblical interpretation in the past, preferred the scrolls to remain in careful and controlled hands. Protestant denominations, Orthodox communities, and Jewish organizations all had reasons to appreciate the team's guarded approach. Controversy avoided was often preferable to truth revealed, but pressures were building that would eventually crack open this scholarly fortress. Technology advanced, making photography and reproduction cheaper and more accessible. International academic standards evolved toward collaboration rather than hoarding. Most importantly, a new generation of scholars emerged who refused to accept the limitations of the old system. The team had constructed their own trap. By claiming exclusive expertise, they had made themselves indispensable. By withholding access, they had made that access extraordinarily valuable. By promising eventual publication, they had created expectations that grew more insistent with each passing year. The very success of their monopoly contained the seeds of its eventual collapse. Late at night in the Rockefeller Museum, when the building fell silent and the last tourists had gone home, those 8 scholars continued their work. They bent over their fragments, translating slowly, carefully, possessively. They had no idea that outside their controlled world, forces were gathering that would soon tear their carefully constructed system apart. The age of academic monopoly was drawing to a close, though they did not yet know it. The scrolls waited patiently in their storage boxes, as they had once waited in their caves, but their silence would not last much longer. The rebellion began quietly, as most revolutions do. In university libraries and private studies, scholars who had been denied access to the scrolls began developing their own methods of investigation. They couldn't examine the original fragments, but they could study what little had been published. They could analyze photographs, compare translations, and piece together clues from the scattered fragments of information that had leaked out over the years. These academic rebels operated like wartime intelligence analysts, gathering isolated pieces of evidence and assembling them into a larger picture. Jaya Vermis emerged as one of the most persistent challengers to the team's monopoly. Working at Oxford University, he possessed both the scholarly credentials to demand access and the stubborn persistence to keep demanding when others gave up. His requests for permission to study the scrolls were politely declined year after year, so he changed his approach entirely. Vermis began reconstructing the scroll contents from the outside in. He studied every published photograph with microscopic attention, analyzed writing styles, examined dialect patterns, and traced the theological themes visible in the few texts the team had released. Slowly and methodically, he built a comprehensive understanding of Qumran literature without ever touching the original manuscripts. His persistence paid off in unexpected ways. Vermis discovered that the team's published translations contained inconsistencies, gaps, and occasionally what appeared to be deliberate omissions. Passages that should have continued were cut short. References to other texts were left unexplained. The careful scholar began to suspect that important material was being withheld, not for academic reasons, but for theological ones. Meanwhile, in California, a computer scientist named Ben Zion Wacholder was approaching the same problem from a completely different angle. Wacholder understood something that traditional scholars had overlooked. The team had published a concordance, an index of words and phrases appearing in the unpublished scrolls, intended to help scholars reference the hidden texts without actually reading them. But Wacholder realized that a sufficiently detailed concordance could be reverse-engineered. By analyzing which words appeared together, in what contexts, and with what frequency, he could begin reconstructing the actual texts. It was like solving a massive jigsaw puzzle, where every word was a piece and the concordance provided subtle clues about where each piece belonged. Working alongside his graduate student Martin Abbeg, Wacholder fed the concordance data into early computer programs designed for textual analysis. The computers processed thousands of word relationships, identifying patterns that human minds might miss. Slowly, ancient sentences began to emerge from statistical analysis. Phrases materialized from probability calculations. The scrolls were being decoded through mathematics. The team in Jerusalem watched these developments with growing alarm. Their monopoly was being eroded not by force or politics, but by ingenuity and persistence. Scholars they had dismissed as outsiders were gaining access to their jealously guarded materials through methods they had never anticipated. John Strugnell's response revealed the depth of the team's anxiety. He attempted to claim copyright over the concordance, arguing that Wacholder's reconstructions violated intellectual property law. The irony was breathtaking. Ancient texts belonging to all of humanity were being claimed as modern property by scholars who had never written them, never owned them, and had no rightful claim to control them. The legal threat backfired spectacularly. Rather than intimidating the rebels, it confirmed their suspicions that the team was concealing something significant. Why would scholars who claim to serve truth resort to lawsuits to prevent others from studying ancient texts? The answer seemed obvious. They were protecting something beyond academic reputation. Other rebels joined the cause. Herschel Shanks, editor of Biblical Archaeology Review, began publishing articles that called out the team's secretive practices by name. He transformed what had been scholarly whispers into public accusations, reaching thousands of readers who had never heard of the Dead Sea Scrolls but could understand the basic injustice of hiding historical discoveries from public view. Robert Eisenman, working at California State University, took a more confrontational approach, accusing the team not merely of excessive secrecy, but of deliberately suppressing materials that contradicted Christian doctrine. His theories were sometimes controversial and speculative, but his demands for access were impossible to dismiss. He represented a new generation of scholars who refused to defer to established authority simply because it was established. The rebels discovered that their greatest weapon was persistence. The team could ignore one request, dismiss two, deflect three, but they could not maintain their position against sustained pressure from multiple directions. Each new challenge weakened their defenses. Each successful reconstruction of hidden texts demonstrated that their monopoly was neither necessary nor justified. Technology accelerated the rebellion's progress. Photocopying became cheaper and more accessible. Fax machines allowed instant communication between scholars on different continents. Computer databases made it possible to cross-reference enormous volumes of information quickly and accurately. The tools needed to break open the team's secrecy were becoming available to anyone with sufficient motivation. The team tried to adapt, offering limited access to selected scholars in exchange for promises not to publish without permission. But these compromises only produced more rebels. Scholars who glimpsed the hidden materials often discovered that they contained nothing that justified decades of secrecy, and their frustration transformed into genuine outrage. By the late 1980s, the rebellion had reached critical mass. Too many scholars knew too much about the hidden scrolls. Too many inconsistencies had been exposed in the team's explanations. Too many questions had been raised about their motives. The monopoly that had seemed unbreakable for decades was cracking along multiple fault lines at once. The rebels had learned something important about power and knowledge. Monopolies survive through mystery, through the assumption that those in control possess secret wisdom that justifies their authority. But once that mystery dissolved, once ordinary scholars demonstrated they could access and understand the hidden materials, the monopoly became obviously artificial. The stage was set for a confrontation that would transform Dead Sea Scrolls scholarship forever. The rebels had their weapons: persistence, technology, and moral authority. The team had their defenses: institutional support, legal threats, and 40 years of precedent. But the balance of power was shifting, and everyone involved could sense that dramatic change was coming. The scrolls themselves remained patient in their storage boxes, waiting to see who would ultimately determine their destiny. The dam burst on September 4th, 1991, not with explosions or dramatic confrontations, but with the quiet click of a computer printer in a university office in Claremont, California. Ben Zion Wacholder pressed the print button, and 40 years of academic monopoly collapsed in a cascade of reconstructed ancient texts. Wacholder had done the seemingly impossible. Using only the word concordance the team had published, he and his student Martin Abbeg had reverse-engineered dozens of unpublished scroll fragments. Computer algorithms had succeeded where decades of polite requests had failed. The hidden texts were hidden no longer. The first reconstructed document to see daylight was called 4QMMT, a halakhic letter that appeared to be correspondence between different Jewish sects during the Second Temple period. Reading it felt like discovering a 2,000-year-old argument preserved in ink. The letter revealed theological disputes that had shaped both Judaism and early Christianity, debates that had been locked away in filing cabinets while scholars could only speculate about their contents. The Huntington Library in California delivered the next shock. Librarian William Moffett announced that his institution possessed complete photographic copies of all the unpublished scroll materials. These photographs had been quietly stored in the library's archives for decades, a backup copy that the team had apparently forgotten about or chosen to ignore. Moffett's announcement created an ethical earthquake. If complete photographs already existed in a public institution, what justification could possibly remain for withholding access to the originals? The team's arguments about fragility and careful study crumbled when confronted with the reality that high-quality reproductions were already available for researchers to examine. The Huntington Library opened its photo archives to qualified scholars on November 19, 1991. That date marked the end of an era. For the first time since 1947, anyone with legitimate academic credentials could study the complete body of Dead Sea Scroll materials. The monopoly was broken not by force or legal action, but by the simple decision to make available what should have been available all along. John Strugnell's response revealed how completely the old system was collapsing. In interviews that grew increasingly erratic, he defended the team's approach while making statements that shocked the academic world. His remarks about Judaism and Jewish scholars created controversies that overshadowed the scroll dispute itself. The man who had been the scroll's primary guardian had become a liability to their continued study. The Israeli Antiquities Authority, which had inherited responsibility for the scrolls from the original team, found itself forced to choose between loyalty to their appointed scholars and responding to mounting international pressure. They chose pragmatism. Struggell was removed from his position, and Emmanuel Tove was appointed to oversee a new and far more open approach to scroll publication. The floodgates opened wider still. Scholars who had waited decades for access rushed to examine materials they had only dreamed of studying. Graduate students planned dissertations around texts they could finally read. Publishers competed to produce editions of the newly available materials. The scholarly world experienced something resembling a gold rush, with ancient texts as the precious metal being claimed. But the sudden availability created new complications as well. Texts that had been carefully guarded for 40 years were now being studied simultaneously by dozens of scholars. Competing interpretations emerged before definitive editions could be established. Theories multiplied faster than evidence could be evaluated. The careful, controlled scholarship the team had promised gave way to sometimes chaotic intellectual enthusiasm. The media discovered the story and enlarged it into something far greater than academic politics. Newspapers and magazines wrote about forbidden gospels and suppressed secrets, often exaggerating the theological implications of texts that were fascinating but hardly revolutionary. The scrolls became symbols of institutional cover-up, even when the reality was considerably more mundane than mysterious. Religious communities watched nervously as scholars began publishing preliminary findings from the newly available materials. Some texts did indeed challenge conventional understanding of early Judaism and Christianity. Others confirmed traditional interpretations. Most fell somewhere in between, adding nuance and complexity to historical questions without offering simple answers. The Vatican issued careful statements emphasizing that Catholic doctrine was not threatened by archaeological discoveries. Protestant denominations largely ignored the controversy, trusting their theological foundations to be secure, regardless of what ancient texts might contain. Jewish communities showed considerably more interest, recognizing that these materials provided unprecedented insight into their ancestors' beliefs and practices. The legal battles that followed revealed how completely the landscape had shifted. The team attempted to assert copyright over their translations and interpretations, but courts generally sided with scholars who argued for academic freedom and public access to historical materials. The principle that ancient texts belong to humanity rather than to their modern interpreters gained legal recognition. Emmanuel Tov's new publication project moved with impressive speed. What the original team had failed to accomplish in 40 years, the new international consortium completed in less than a decade. The discoveries in the Judean Desert series finally provided complete scholarly editions of all the scroll materials. The work was careful, thorough, and most importantly, available to everyone. The transformation affected more than just Dead Sea Scrolls scholarship. The controversy established new expectations for how archaeological discoveries should be handled. International agreements now typically require rapid publication of findings. Scholarly communities developed stronger mechanisms for challenging excessive secrecy. The monopoly that had controlled the scrolls could never be recreated under modern academic standards. Some members of the original team adapted successfully to the new environment. Others remained bitter about losing exclusive access to materials they had considered their personal domain. The scholarly community learned important lessons about the dangers of concentrating too much authority in too few hands, even when those hands belonged to respected experts. The scrolls themselves finally began receiving the broad scholarly attention they deserved. Freed from the constraints of monopolistic control, research flourished in unexpected directions. Computer analysis revealed statistical patterns within the texts. Archaeological evidence was re-examined in light of newly available materials. Theological debates that had been purely theoretical became grounded in actual textual evidence. The 1990s leak transformed the Dead Sea Scrolls from jealously guarded secrets into shared scholarly resources. The change arrived almost overnight, decades later than it should have, but complete and irreversible. The scrolls had endured their long captivity with patience, and they were finally free to tell their stories to the world. The newly liberated scrolls began speaking, and their voices carried messages that explained decades of nervous secrecy. These were not merely ancient documents gathering dust in storage boxes. They were theological dynamite, containing ideas that challenged fundamental assumptions about Judaism, Christianity, and the development of biblical religion. The community rule emerged as one of the most startling discoveries. This document outlined the beliefs and practices of the Qumran community in extraordinary detail, revealing a group that lived like early Christian monastics centuries before Jesus was born. They shared property communally, practiced ritual baptism, and celebrated sacred meals with bread and wine. The parallels to Christianity were unmistakable and deeply unsettling to scholars who had assumed these practices originated with Jesus and his followers. Even more striking was the document's dualistic theology. The community rule described a universe divided between forces of light and darkness, with humanity caught in an eternal struggle between good and evil. This was not the nuanced monotheism of mainstream Judaism, but something closer to the Persian religion of Zoroastrianism. The implications were staggering. If Jewish groups were already embracing dualistic ideas before Christianity emerged, then Christian theology might be less revolutionary and more derivative than anyone had imagined. The Damascus document revealed even more uncomfortable truths. This text described a group called the New Covenant, led by a figure known as the Teacher of Righteousness. The teacher had been persecuted by religious authorities, particularly a figure referred to as the wicked priest. He had gathered faithful followers who awaited divine vindication and the establishment of God's kingdom on earth. The parallels to the story of Jesus were impossible to ignore, but they predated Christianity by at least a century. The Teacher of Righteousness had been teaching, gathering disciples, and apparently dying for his beliefs long before the Gospels recorded similar events for Jesus. Some scholars began asking whether the Christian story was truly original, or whether it followed a template that already existed within Jewish sectarian literature. The War Scroll presented perhaps the most alien vision of all. This document described a final battle between the Sons of Light and the Sons of Darkness, complete with detailed military formations, battle tactics, and divine interventions. Angels would fight alongside human warriors in a cosmic conflict that would determine the fate of the universe. The righteous would triumph, the wicked would be destroyed, and God's kingdom would be established through violence and warfare. This was not the peaceful, loving God of conventional Christianity or the ethical monotheism of mainstream Judaism. This was a warrior deity preparing for apocalyptic battle. The War Scroll revealed currents of Jewish thought that were militaristic, dualistic, and revolutionary, currents that had influenced early Christianity more than anyone was comfortable admitting, particularly the violent imagery woven through the Book of Revelation. The Thanksgiving hymns offered a different kind of challenge. These beautiful poetic texts expressed profound spirituality and genuine mystical experience, but they were written by sectarians who considered themselves the only true believers. The hymns described a community convinced of their own righteousness and certain of everyone else's damnation. They had received special revelation that guaranteed their salvation while condemning the rest of humanity to destruction. This exclusive and elitist spirituality troubled scholars who preferred to see ancient Judaism as more tolerant and inclusive. The Thanksgiving hymns revealed that sectarian groups could combine genuine religious insight with a dangerous spiritual arrogance, creating theological systems that justified hostility toward outsiders as a religious obligation. The Pesher texts were even more challenging. These documents interpreted biblical prophecies as direct references to contemporary events and figures. Their authors believed that ancient scriptures contained hidden messages about their own time, their own community, and their own enemies. They read the Bible as though it had been written specifically for them, with every verse concealing secret meanings that only they could decode. This interpretive approach carried profound implications for understanding how early Christians read their scriptures. The Gospels and Paul's letters employ similar techniques, finding prophecies about Jesus in passages that originally had no connection to messianic expectations. The Qumran texts revealed that this kind of creative biblical interpretation was a common sectarian practice, not a uniquely Christian innovation. Some fragments contained even more explosive material. References to a pierced Messiah appeared in texts that predated Jesus by decades. Descriptions of divine figures who would suffer and die for their people echoed Christian theology but emerged from purely Jewish sources. The boundaries between Judaism and Christianity, which had seemed so clear and distinct, began to blur when examined through the lens of sectarian literature. The calendar texts revealed another uncomfortable truth. The Qumran community used a different calendar from mainstream Judaism, celebrating festivals on different dates and following a solar rather than a lunar year. This was not merely a technical disagreement about astronomy. It meant that sectarian groups were observing Passover, Yom Kippur, and other holy days at completely different times from the temple authorities in Jerusalem. Early Christians had similar calendar conflicts with mainstream Judaism, suggesting they may have inherited sectarian practices rather than developing them independently. The idea that Christianity emerged directly from Temple Judaism became harder to sustain when the evidence pointed toward sectarian Judaism as the more likely source. The Temple Scroll presented the most direct challenge to religious authority. This massive document contained detailed plans for rebuilding the Jerusalem temple, according to divine specifications supposedly revealed to its author, but these plans directly contradicted the actual temple that existed in Jerusalem. The Qumran community was not simply criticizing temple practices. They were asserting that the entire structure was wrong and needed to be completely replaced. This was not respectful disagreement with religious authorities. It was revolutionary theology that declared the established religious system illegitimate and called for its total replacement. Similar attitudes appear throughout early Christian literature, where Jesus predicts the temple's destruction and promises a new covenant that would supersede the old system entirely. The newly available texts painted a picture of Second Temple Judaism that was far more diverse, contentious, and revolutionary than most scholars had imagined. Multiple groups claimed exclusive access to divine truth. Various communities interpreted scripture in radically different ways. Sectarian movements blended genuine spirituality with political rebellion and social revolution. These discoveries explained why the scrolls had been kept secret for so long. They revealed that the religious world into which Christianity was born was already filled with messianic expectations, apocalyptic visions, and sectarian conflicts. Christian origins appeared less miraculous and more historically predictable when viewed against this backdrop. The scrolls had not revealed any single devastating secret capable of destroying religious faith. Instead, they had revealed dozens of smaller truths that collectively challenged comfortable assumptions about how Judaism and Christianity had developed. The texts forced scholars to acknowledge that the ancient world was more complex, more diverse, and more interesting than simplified historical narratives had allowed. Most importantly, the scrolls had demonstrated the danger of allowing any group to control access to historical evidence. The texts themselves were genuinely fascinating and important, but they were not so revolutionary that they needed to be kept hidden from scholarly examination. The real scandal was not what the scrolls contained. It was the fact that they had been kept secret for so long. Deep in Cave 1, archaeologists discovered a scroll that did not belong with the others. It read like a military manual written by angels. The War Scroll stretches across 19 columns of carefully copied Hebrew text, describing a final battle between cosmic forces of good and evil. But this was not abstract theology or poetic metaphor. The scroll contained detailed battle plans, weapons specifications, and tactical formations for a war that would determine the fate of the universe. The document opens with a declaration that transforms everything that follows. The first attack of the sons of light shall be undertaken against the forces of the sons of darkness. These were not human armies fighting over territory or resources. These were spiritual forces engaged in ultimate conflict, with the survival of righteousness itself hanging in the balance. The sons of light represented the Qumran community and their allies among the faithful remnant of Israel. They would be joined by angels, led by the archangel Michael, in a war against darkness that had been planned before the foundation of the world. Their enemies included not only Gentile nations, but apostate Jews who had abandoned divine law and embraced corruption. The scroll maps out 7 battles extending over 40 years. Each engagement follows carefully prescribed rituals and formations. The Sons of Light would advance, carrying banners inscribed with phrases such as God's truth and God's justice. Their weapons would be consecrated through elaborate purification ceremonies. Even their military formations would follow patterns reflecting divine order and cosmic harmony. The first 3 battles would end in stalemate. The Sons of Light would win some engagements, and the Sons of Darkness others. This was not divine weakness, but divine strategy. The early conflicts would test the faithful, refine their commitment, and demonstrate that victory required more than human effort. Only when the righteous had proven their worthiness would divine intervention guarantee final triumph. The scroll describes weapons technology that blends practical military knowledge with mystical speculation. Swords would be forged according to specifications that incorporated not only metallurgy but spiritual principles. Shield designs would incorporate sacred geometry. Even arrows would be crafted through rituals that invested them with divine power. The war would be fought with physical weapons charged with spiritual energy. Military formations receive equally detailed attention. The scroll specifies how many troops should march in each unit, what distances should be maintained between ranks, and how forces should coordinate attacks across multiple fronts. But these are not merely tactical considerations. The formations create patterns that mirror the arrangement of stars in the heavens and the organization of angelic armies in the celestial realm. Priests would accompany the warriors into battle, carrying trumpets that would sound signals, coordinating both human and angelic forces. The scroll provides musical notations for different battlefield situations: advancing, retreating, attacking, defending. Sacred music would unite earthly and heavenly armies in synchronized combat against the forces of darkness. The document reveals that the Qumran community expected this war to begin soon. They were not writing speculative fiction about distant future events. They were preparing practical manuals for conflicts they believed would unfold within their own lifetimes. The scroll includes instructions for training regimens, weapon maintenance, and battlefield medicine. These people were preparing for actual warfare. But the war scroll also acknowledges that human preparation alone would not ensure victory. The final battle would require direct divine intervention. God would send fire from heaven to consume the enemies of righteousness. Angels would descend to fight alongside mortal warriors. The forces of darkness would be defeated not through superior tactics, but through supernatural assistance that would tip the cosmic balance toward light. The scroll's vision of warfare combines brutality with transcendence in ways that make modern readers uncomfortable. Enemies would not simply be defeated. They would be annihilated, erased so completely that their memory would vanish from the earth. This was not just military victory, it was theological destruction justified as cosmic necessity. Yet the document simultaneously emphasizes that warriors of light must maintain ritual purity throughout the conflict. Sexual activity, contact with corpses, and various other forms of impurity would disqualify fighters from participating in sacred combat. The war would be holy in the most literal sense, demanding holiness from all who took part. The war scroll influenced early Christian apocalyptic literature in ways that scholars are still working to fully understand. The Book of Revelation describes similar battles between cosmic forces, complete with angelic armies, divine weapons, and the ultimate triumph of good over evil. The parallels are too numerous and specific to be coincidental. Christian apocalypticism inherited its vision of cosmic warfare directly from Jewish sectarian literature. The scroll also reveals how sectarian groups process their frustration with political powerlessness. The Qumran community could not challenge Roman authority or temple corruption through conventional means. but they could imagine a future war in which divine intervention would vindicate their cause and destroy their enemies. Apocalyptic literature provided psychological compensation for present weakness. More troubling is the scroll's influence on later religious movements that combined spiritual devotion with violent revolution. The vision of holy war justified by cosmic necessity has inspired countless groups throughout history to take up arms in God's name. The War Scroll demonstrates how readily religious fervor can transform into religious violence when believers become convinced that they are fighting ultimate battles between absolute good and absolute evil. The document raises uncomfortable questions about the relationship between spirituality and warfare. Can genuine religious experience coexist with detailed planning for the annihilation of enemies? The War Scroll suggests that it can, at least in the minds of those who believe that God has chosen them as instruments of divine justice in a corrupt world. Reading it today, after centuries of religious warfare and ideological violence, its vision seems both ancient and disturbingly familiar. The specific weapons and tactics are obsolete, but the underlying mentality survives, wherever groups become convinced that they possess absolute truth and their enemies represent absolute evil. The scroll reminds us that religious texts can inspire both transcendent spirituality and devastating violence, sometimes within the same document, sometimes within the same community, sometimes within the same human heart. The Sons of Light who wrote these battle plans believed with absolute conviction that they were serving the highest possible cause. Whether that belief justified their preparations for cosmic warfare remains a question that continues to echo through history. Hidden among the manuscript caves, archaeologists discovered something that simply did not belong with the others. Cave 3 yielded a scroll unlike any other found at Qumran, and unlike any ancient document ever discovered anywhere on Earth. Instead of parchment or papyrus, this text had been inscribed on thin sheets of copper, then rolled and stored alongside its more fragile companions. But when scholars finally opened it, the copper scroll revealed secrets that had nothing to do with theology or religious law. The scroll held within it a treasure map, and not some metaphorical reference to spiritual riches, but a literal, itemized inventory of gold, silver, and precious objects buried across ancient Palestine. Entry by entry, location by location, it catalogued staggering quantities of wealth concealed in underground chambers, sealed inside jars, and tucked away in places known only to those who wrote it. The very first entry establishes the tone for everything that comes after. In the fortress situated in the Vale of Aor, 40 cubits beneath the steps leading east, a money chest along with its contents, weighing 17 talents. 17 talents of gold would have represented unimaginable wealth in the ancient world, enough to finance armies or raise entire cities from the ground. And this was only the first of 64 locations listed in the scroll. The scroll traces treasures spread across Judea, stretching from Jerusalem to the shores of the Dead Sea, from recognizable landmarks to secret spots that may have been known only to insiders. Underground chambers beneath prominent buildings, cisterns tucked inside abandoned settlements, caves marked with cryptic symbols. The authors had assembled a vast, deliberate network of hidden wealth distributed across an entire landscape. Some of the locations carry an almost mythical quality in how they are described. In the great cistern within the courtyard of the peristyle, sealed at the bottom, opposite the upper entrance, 900 talents. 900 talents would have exceeded the wealth of most kingdoms of that era. The numbers strain credibility, pointing either toward genuinely enormous treasures or toward exaggeration, stretched well beyond any reasonable limit. The scroll blends Hebrew and Greek script, with certain words spelled in ways that suggest the authors spoke Aramaic as their native language. The writing style is thoroughly practical, focused on communicating essential information rather than achieving any literary grace. These were not scribes producing religious literature. They were record keepers, documenting concealed assets. The geographical references scattered throughout the scroll offer fascinating puzzles for modern researchers. Some locations are clearly identifiable, others have remained mysterious despite decades of investigation. The Valley of Achor appears in biblical literature and can be located with reasonable confidence. But what of the House of the Two Pools or the Monument of the Three Bowls? These places may have slipped out of history entirely, taking with them any hope of finding what was buried nearby. The inventory encompasses more than precious metals. Sacred vessels from the temple appear throughout the list, described using technical terminology that implies direct familiarity with religious objects. Priestly garments, ritual implements, and ceremonial items are listed alongside gold and silver. This was not simply personal wealth, it included the religious treasures of institutional Judaism itself. Certain entries contain references that connect the scroll to broader networks of hidden resources. In the tomb of Zadok, beneath the pillar of the Exedra, 10 talents. Zadok was a priestly name linked to the Jerusalem temple, hinting that religious authorities may have played a role in concealing these treasures. The scroll gestures toward organized efforts to preserve both material and religious resources during periods of crisis. The copper medium itself raises compelling questions. Why engrave a treasure inventory onto expensive metal sheets rather than cheaper writing materials? Copper resists decay far better than parchment or papyrus, which suggests the authors intended their record to endure for centuries. They were crafting a permanent document that could guide future seekers to what had been hidden. Dating the scroll presents its own set of challenges. Copper cannot be carbon dated the way organic materials can. The script and language offer clues, but no definitive answers. Most scholars place its composition somewhere in the 1st century CE, possibly during the Jewish revolt against Rome, a moment when cautious people would have been motivated to conceal their valuables before fleeing or fighting. The relationship between the copper scroll and the other Qumran texts remains a point of real controversy. Was it produced by the same community that authored the religious manuscripts? The treasure inventory sits awkwardly alongside the sectarian literature's emphasis on poverty and spiritual purity. Communities that had renounced material possessions would not typically maintain meticulous records of hidden wealth. Alternative theories propose that the scroll may have originated with temple authorities or wealthy Jerusalem families who used the Qumran Caves as convenient storage. The religious community at the site might have discovered the copper scroll already concealed there, or they may have been entrusted with preserving it by allies facing persecution or forced exile. Modern treasure hunters have attempted to track down the scroll's hidden wealth, with predictably disappointing results. The landscape has shifted dramatically over 2 millennia. Ancient landmarks have vanished. Place names have evolved beyond recognition or disappeared entirely. Even locations that can be confidently identified have been thoroughly excavated or built over in ways that make them unrecognizable. More sophisticated archaeological efforts have produced equally frustrating outcomes. Ground-penetrating radar, metal detectors, and systematic excavation have failed to turn up any of the treasures the scroll describes. Either the wealth was recovered long ago, or the landscape has been altered so completely that modern searchers cannot accurately match descriptions to physical locations. Some scholars question whether the treasures ever existed at all. The quantities described are so enormous that they challenge belief. Could any group have accumulated such vast wealth? Could they have hidden it so thoroughly that not a trace remains? The scroll might reflect wishful thinking rather than actual record-keeping, dreams of riches rather than documentation of reality. Yet other evidence suggests the copper scroll may indeed record genuine treasures. Similar treasure lists appear in later Jewish literature, particularly texts describing the concealment of temple wealth before Roman forces destroyed it. The tradition of preserving sacred objects during times of persecution was deeply rooted in Jewish culture. The scroll's technical vocabulary supports its authenticity. The descriptions of religious vessels use specialized language that would have been familiar to temple personnel but opaque to any casual observer. The geographical references, difficult as they are to identify today, reflect detailed knowledge of first-century Palestine that would be nearly impossible to fabricate convincingly. Recent archaeological discoveries have added tantalizing hints that systematic treasure concealment did take place during the period when the Copper Scroll was written. Caches of coins, jewelry, and religious objects have been uncovered throughout Israel and Palestine, typically in contexts suggesting they were hidden during times of crisis and never retrieved by their owners. The scroll may represent one piece of a larger preservation effort carried out during the Jewish revolt against Rome. As Roman legions closed in on Jerusalem and its temple, religious authorities and wealthy families faced a stark and terrible choice: flee carrying whatever they could, or hide their possessions and hope to return later. Many chose to hide, scattering treasure caches across the region. The Copper Scroll's survival at Qumran may not be coincidental at all. The desert community could have served as a refuge for people fleeing Roman persecution. Those who fled might have brought their treasure inventories along with their religious texts, storing both kinds of documents in the same caves during the crisis. The mystery of the Copper Scroll reaches beyond its listed treasures into the very reason for its existence. Why did the authors create this document? Were they planning to return for the wealth themselves? Were they preserving the information for future generations? Were they establishing a record that might support legal claims once the crisis had passed? The scroll raises deep questions about the relationship between material and spiritual wealth in ancient religious communities. Could people devoted to spiritual purity simultaneously concern themselves with protecting earthly treasures? The Copper Scroll suggests that even the most otherworldly religious groups remained grounded in practical concerns about survival and continuity. Modern readers tend to romanticize the search for lost treasure, imagining dramatic moments of discovery that will unlock ancient secrets. But the Copper Scroll reminds us that most such searches end in disappointment. The true wealth lies not in recovering gold and silver, but in understanding the hopes, fears, and desperate calculations of people who faced catastrophic upheaval. The scroll represents something profoundly human, a record of people trying to preserve what they valued most at a moment when everything familiar was being destroyed. Whether the treasures still lie buried beneath Palestinian soil or were recovered long ago, the Copper Scroll preserves something more precious than any metal. It is the testament of human determination to save what can be saved when the world is coming apart. Before Jesus, the teacher of righteousness. In the religious landscape of ancient Palestine, one figure rises from the Dead Sea, scrolls like a shadow cast backward through time. The teacher of righteousness appears throughout the sectarian literature as a messianic leader who gathered disciples, suffered persecution, and apparently died for his convictions. His story unfolds across multiple documents, creating a narrative that feels hauntingly familiar to anyone acquainted with the origins of Christianity. The Damascus document introduces him first, describing a period when Israel had gone astray and divine anger burned against the nation. In that spiritual darkness, Providence raised up a teacher of righteousness to guide the faithful remnant back toward a proper understanding of the law. He possessed a special revelation that enabled him to interpret Scripture correctly and establish a renewed covenant with God. This teacher was not simply another religious reformer offering fresh readings of familiar texts. The scrolls present him as a figure of cosmic significance, chosen by God to reveal hidden truths that had been concealed from previous generations. He received direct divine inspiration that allowed him to understand prophetic writings in ways earlier scholars had entirely missed. The community rule describes how followers of the teacher of righteousness organized themselves into a covenant community that lived according to his teachings. They held property communally, practiced ritual purification through water immersion, and shared sacred meals that marked their special relationship with God. These practices would seem revolutionary if they were not so recognizable to students of early Christianity. The Thanksgiving hymns, possibly composed by the teacher himself, reveal a figure who endured intense spiritual struggles and found ultimate vindication through divine intervention. The hymns describe someone who faced persecution from religious authorities, suffered betrayal by former friends, and found safety only in God's protection. The emotional depth suggests lived experience rather than literary convention. One hymn speaks directly to the experience of persecution. "They have driven me from my land like a bird expelled from its nest, and all my companions and close associates have been scattered far away." The teacher's followers had been dispersed, his community disrupted, his message rejected by those who held religious power, yet he remained convinced that God would ultimately vindicate his cause. The Pesher texts reveal further dimensions of the teacher's conflict with established religious leadership. These commentaries on biblical books use coded references to identify contemporary figures, describing ongoing battles between the teacher of righteousness and his primary adversary, known as the wicked priest. This opponent appears to have held senior religious office, possibly even the high priesthood in Jerusalem. The conflict was not merely theological, it was intensely personal. The wicked priest is described as someone who pursued the teacher of righteousness to consume him in his venomous rage. This was not a polite scholarly disagreement. It was bitter hostility that threatened the teacher's life and the survival of his entire community. Some texts suggest the teacher of righteousness met a violent end. References to his removal or gathering in appear in contexts that imply death, possibly execution, at the hands of enemies. The exact circumstances remain unclear, but the sectarian literature treats his death as a defining event that confirmed his righteousness and condemned those who had opposed him. His followers believed his death was not a final defeat, but a temporary setback. They expected him to return at the end of days to judge his enemies and establish God's kingdom on earth. This hope of vindication sustained the community through persecution and exile, providing a theological foundation for their continued existence as a faithful remnant. The chronological puzzle surrounding the teacher of righteousness carries fascinating implications for understanding Christian origins. Most scholars date his career to the 2nd or 1st century BCE, placing him decades or even centuries before Jesus. If those dates are accurate, then many elements of the Christian story existed within Jewish sectarian literature long before the Gospels were ever written. The parallels reach beyond general themes into specific details. Both the teacher and Jesus gathered small communities of devoted followers. Both faced fierce opposition from established religious authorities. Both offered new interpretations of Scripture that claimed divine authorization. Both apparently died at the hands of enemies. Both were expected by their followers to return in glory. These similarities raise uncomfortable questions about Christian uniqueness. Were the Gospel writers familiar with sectarian literature about the teacher of righteousness? Did they consciously shape Jesus' story along the lines of earlier messianic traditions? Or do the parallels reflect common patterns in how Jewish communities processed religious crisis and hope? Some scholars argue the teacher of righteousness may have influenced early Christianity directly. If sectarian communities survived the destruction of Qumran and merged with other Jewish groups, their traditions about the teacher could have shaped emerging Christian theology. The Baptist movement associated with John the Baptist shows striking resemblances to sectarian practices and might represent one such bridge. Other researchers emphasize the differences between the two figures. The teacher appears to have been primarily a legal interpreter who offered correct understanding of biblical law. Jesus, according to Christian sources, claimed an authority that transcended legal interpretation altogether. The teacher worked within sectarian Judaism. Jesus addressed broader Jewish society and eventually Gentile audiences beyond it. The teacher of righteousness also seems to have been a more exclusive figure than Jesus. His message was directed specifically to the faithful remnant capable of achieving the ritual purity and legal observance required for membership in the covenant community. Christian literature, by contrast, emphasizes Jesus' outreach to tax collectors, sinners, and others who would never have qualified for sectarian membership. But these differences may reflect the perspectives of later interpreters more than the historical figures themselves. Christian sources were produced by people invested in distinguishing their movement from Jewish sectarianism. They had theological reasons for highlighting Jesus' uniqueness and universal reach. Earlier traditions may have portrayed Jesus in ways that appeared far more similar to the teacher of righteousness. The question of influence grows still more complex when one considers that both figures may have drawn from shared sources in Jewish messianic expectation. Ancient Judaism contained rich traditions about suffering, righteous figures who would be vindicated by God. Both the teacher of righteousness and Jesus may represent variations on those shared themes, rather than one directly influencing the other. The teacher of righteousness ultimately remains an enigmatic figure whose historical significance may never be precisely determined. The sectarian literature presents him through the lens of theological interpretation rather than biographical concern. His followers cared more about what his career meant for their community's future than about preserving accurate details of his earthly life. But his presence in the Dead Sea Scrolls serves as a powerful reminder that the religious world into which Christianity was born already contained messianic movements, sectarian communities, and theological traditions that would profoundly shape what came after. The teacher of righteousness may not have been Jesus, but he prepared the soil in which Christianity would take root and grow. The Temple Scroll. Build it, and they will come. Among all the documents recovered at Qumran, none was more audacious than the Temple Scroll. Stretching over 28 feet when fully unrolled, this massive manuscript presented itself as direct divine revelation concerning how God's sanctuary should be constructed. But this was not a commentary on the existing temple in Jerusalem. It was a revolutionary blueprint for replacing that structure entirely with something that would dwarf Solomon's creation and embody divine perfection in stone and gold. The scroll speaks throughout in God's first person, creating the impression that the reader is receiving instructions directly from the divine architect of the universe. You shall make the sanctuary that I will create in the midst of the land. The text opens, establishing from the outset that this is not human planning but celestial command. Every measurement, every material, every ritual detail arrives carrying the full weight of ultimate divine authority. The temple described in the scroll bears little resemblance to the second temple that dominated Jerusalem during the period of its composition. Where the historical temple occupied a relatively modest area on the Temple Mount, the scroll's sanctuary would require space roughly equivalent to the entire ancient city. 3 concentric squares of courts and buildings would form a sacred complex capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of worshippers during pilgrimage festivals. The innermost court would house the sanctuary itself, built according to specifications that blend biblical descriptions with visionary elaboration. Gold would cover surfaces throughout the structure. Precious stones would be embedded in walls and floors in patterns that reflected celestial harmony. The building would shine with divine glory and be visible from miles away to anyone approaching Jerusalem. The middle court would contain facilities for the thousands of priests needed to operate such a vast religious complex. Chambers for sacred vessels, kitchens for preparing offerings, pools for ritual purification, and quarters for priestly families would together create a religious city nested within the larger sacred precinct. The scroll calculates precisely how many priests each function would require and how they should be organized into rotating divisions. The outer court would accommodate the enormous crowds expected at festivals in the idealized temple. Covered walkways would shelter pilgrims arriving from distant lands. Separate areas would be designated for different categories of worshippers, with careful attention given to maintaining ritual purity and proper hierarchy. Even Gentile visitors would have designated spaces, though at carefully maintained distances from the sacred center. The scroll's architectural vision extends beyond the temple complex itself to encompass all of Jerusalem. New walls would be built to contain the expanded sacred precincts. Streets would follow a divinely ordered geometry. Residential areas would be arranged so that priests lived closest to the temple, with other residents positioned according to their religious status and ritual purity. Water systems receive elaborate attention throughout, reflecting the scroll's deep preoccupation with ritual cleanliness. Underground channels would bring fresh water to every part of the complex, ensuring constant supply for the hundreds of daily purification ceremonies the expanded priesthood would require. Waste disposal systems would remove impurities immediately, keeping sacred space free from contamination. The scroll insists that this new temple be built not by human initiative, but by divine command. Kings and princes would be obligated to contribute materials and labor. The entire nation would participate in construction as a religious duty. Foreign nations would send tribute in support of the project, acknowledging Israel's God as sovereign over all the earth. But the temple scroll was doing more than envisioning an idealized future building. It was delivering a devastating critique of the existing religious establishment in Jerusalem. By claiming direct divine authorization for an entirely different sanctuary, its authors were declaring that the current temple was illegitimate, inadequate, and offensive to God. The scroll's calendar requirements made this critique even more explicit. The new temple would operate according to a solar calendar, dividing the year into exactly 52 weeks of 7 days each. This would ensure that festivals always fell on the same days of the week, creating perfect regularity in worship cycles. But this calendar was completely incompatible with the lunar calendar used by the Jerusalem temple. This was not a minor scheduling dispute. The scroll was asserting that the Jerusalem priesthood celebrated every one of their festivals on the wrong dates, offered sacrifices at improper times, and maintained ritual cycles that violated divine will. Every religious ceremony performed in the historical temple was rendered invalid by the scroll's alternative system. The scroll's legal sections reveal additional conflicts with established religious practice. Purity requirements are more demanding than those followed in Jerusalem. Sacrificial procedures are altered in ways that would have required retraining the entire priesthood. Marriage and divorce laws are revised to impose stricter standards on religious leadership. The scroll proposed a complete overhaul of Jewish religious life. Some requirements appear designed specifically to disqualify the existing religious authorities from serving in the new temple. Priests with physical disabilities would be barred from service entirely, not merely from certain roles. Age requirements would disqualify many current temple servants. Genealogical standards would eliminate families whose records could not survive heightened scrutiny. The scroll envisions a purified priesthood serving a perfected temple according to corrected laws revealed directly by God. This was not reform of the existing system. It was wholesale replacement with something entirely new. The authors were asserting that authentic Judaism had been corrupted by the Jerusalem establishment and could only be restored through divine intervention that would sweep away current institutions entirely. The practical implications of the temple scroll were revolutionary in ways that extended far beyond architecture and ritual. If implemented, its vision would have required dismantling the existing temple, removing the current priesthood, reorganizing the layout of Jerusalem, and restructuring all of Jewish religious life according to sectarian principles. The scroll reveals how completely some Jewish groups had rejected the religious status quo of their time. These were not people seeking modest reforms or incremental improvements. They were revolutionaries who believed God himself had commissioned them to replace the entire religious establishment with a purified alternative. The influence of the temple scroll on later Jewish and Christian thought remains a matter of scholarly debate. Some see connections to the elaborate temple visions in the book of Ezekiel and the New Jerusalem described in the book of Revelation. Others emphasize the scroll's distinctive character and question whether it shaped literature outside sectarian circles. But the scroll's existence confirms that creative theological imagination flourished in Second Temple Judaism, alongside careful preservation of traditional texts. Communities that felt excluded from Jerusalem's religious establishment did not simply accept their marginalization. They developed alternative visions of how God's people should worship, often with elaborate detail and passionate conviction. The Temple Scroll stands as a monument to religious ambition and theological audacity. Its authors did not content themselves with criticizing existing institutions. They designed complete replacements that would embody their understanding of divine will. Whether their vision was inspired prophecy or elaborate fantasy, it represents one of the most comprehensive attempts ever made to blueprint the perfect religious society. Scrolls versus Scripture. When scholars finally gained full access to the Dead Sea Scroll collection, they encountered something that shook the foundations of biblical studies. Scattered across the Qumran Caves lay fragments of nearly every book in the Hebrew Bible. But these ancient copies did not always match the standard texts that Jews and Christians had been reading for centuries. Words differed, verses appeared in altered sequences. Entire passages existed in some manuscripts but were absent from others. The scrolls forced an uncomfortable realization into the open. The Bible had not been passed down unchanged through history. The Book of Samuel offered the most dramatic example of textual variation. The standard Hebrew text, known as the Masoretic text, had been carefully guarded by Jewish scribes for over 1,000 years. But the Qumran fragments of Samuel contained hundreds of differences from this traditional version. Some variations involved minor spelling changes that left meaning intact. Others represented substantial additions or omissions that altered entire episodes. One Qumran manuscript of Samuel included a long passage about Nahash the Ammonite that had vanished entirely from the traditional Hebrew text. This was not a scribal error or accidental gap. The passage fits seamlessly into its narrative context and survived in ancient Greek translations of the Bible, confirming that it had once been part of the Hebrew original. At some point during centuries of copying, an entire section of Scripture had simply disappeared from the Hebrew tradition. The implications were staggering for communities that believed in biblical inerrancy. If the Bible had been perfectly preserved by divine providence, how could substantial portions have disappeared from the Hebrew text while surviving in Greek translation? If scribes had been guided by God to transmit Scripture faithfully, why did ancient manuscripts contain so many variations? The book of Jeremiah presented an even more intricate puzzle. The Qumran Caves yielded fragments representing two distinctly different versions of this prophetic book. One version closely matched the traditional Hebrew text found in modern Bibles. The other was significantly shorter, with chapters arranged in a different order and many passages either condensed or absent entirely. This shorter version of Jeremiah was not a damaged or incomplete manuscript. It was a coherent, carefully edited text that made complete sense as it stood. Ancient Greek translators had used this shorter Hebrew version as their source, which explained why the Greek Old Testament differed so substantially from later Hebrew manuscripts in its presentation of Jeremiah's prophecies. The discovery meant that at least two different editions of Jeremiah had circulated in ancient Judaism, both apparently treated as authentic scripture by different communities. There was no single original text that could be identified as the definitive version. The prophetic book had existed in multiple forms simultaneously, each with its own textual history and interpretive tradition. Similar variations appeared across the biblical manuscripts found at Qumran. The book of Exodus contained alternate versions of the Ten Commandments that differed from both the traditional Hebrew text and the Samaritan version. The Psalms included compositions not found in standard biblical collections, woven together with familiar psalms in arrangements that suggested different communities had assembled their sacred songbooks according to their own distinct principles. Even more unsettling for traditional views of biblical transmission were the Pesher texts, which quoted scripture in forms that did not match any known version of the biblical books. These sectarian commentaries sometimes cited passages that could not be found in any surviving manuscript, pointing to additional variations that had existed but were never preserved in the manuscript tradition. The textual variations were not random or chaotic. Different manuscript traditions appeared to reflect the theological preferences and interpretive approaches of the communities that had preserved them. The Samaritan community, which recognized only the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible as scripture, maintained versions of those books that supported their distinctive beliefs and practices. The Qumran community apparently favored biblical texts that highlighted themes important to their sectarian theology. Their manuscripts of Isaiah and other prophetic books sometimes contain readings that reinforce their apocalyptic expectations and their interpretation of contemporary events as the fulfillment of ancient prophecy. These discoveries transformed scholarly understanding of how the Bible had been transmitted through ancient Jewish communities. Rather than a single, carefully guarded text passed down unchanged through generations, the evidence revealed a complex network of manuscript traditions that preserved the biblical books in multiple versions at the same time. The process of standardization had been gradual and incomplete. Even after Jewish authorities had apparently settled on preferred readings for most biblical books, alternative versions continued to circulate in certain communities. The Dead Sea Scrolls preserved some of those alternatives, giving modern scholars a rare window into the textual diversity that had once characterized ancient Judaism. For Jewish communities, these discoveries posed theological challenges that called for careful reflection. If the traditional Hebrew text had been altered through centuries of copying, could it still be regarded as divinely preserved scripture? How should variations between ancient manuscripts affect modern understandings of biblical authority and interpretation? Different Jewish movements responded to these challenges in their own ways. Orthodox communities generally maintained confidence in the traditional Hebrew text while acknowledging that ancient variations had existed. Reform and conservative communities saw the textual evidence as confirmation that human interpretation had always played a role in biblical transmission and that ongoing interpretive flexibility was appropriate. Christian communities faced similar theological questions, further complicated by their reliance on ancient Greek and Latin translations that frequently preserved readings different from the traditional Hebrew text. The Dead Sea Scrolls sometimes supported those translations against the Hebrew text, vindicating ancient Christian scholars who had argued that Greek and Latin Bibles preserved authentic readings lost from Hebrew manuscripts. The scrolls also revealed how actively ancient Jewish communities had engaged with their scriptural traditions. Rather than passively preserving texts without alteration, different groups had apparently felt free to edit, condense, expand, and rearrange biblical books according to their theological understanding and community needs. This discovery challenged modern assumptions about the relationship between ancient and contemporary religious communities. If ancient Jews had approached their scriptures with such interpretive freedom, perhaps modern believers could engage their biblical inheritance with similar creativity and theological responsibility. The textual variations preserved in the Dead Sea Scrolls ultimately enriched rather than undermined biblical studies. By revealing the diversity that had characterized ancient manuscript traditions, the scrolls gave scholars invaluable resources for understanding how biblical books developed through history and how different communities interpreted their sacred literature. Most importantly, the scrolls demonstrated that textual variation had not threatened the essential message of biblical literature. Despite hundreds of differences in wording, arrangement, and emphasis, the fundamental theological themes of biblical books remained consistent across manuscript traditions. The variations affected details of interpretation rather than core principles of faith. The Dead Sea Scrolls taught biblical scholars humility about their ability to reconstruct original biblical texts with complete certainty. But they also demonstrated the remarkable stability of biblical literature across centuries of transmission by communities that faced persecution, exile, and cultural transformation. The variations mattered for scholarly study, but they did not undermine the essential reliability of the biblical tradition. Echoes in Christianity. Picture the earliest followers of Jesus gathering in secret rooms. They share bread. They wash each other's feet. They speak of light battling darkness. They live together and hold all things in common. They wait for the end times. Now picture the Essenes at Qumran, 2 centuries before Christ walked the earth. They share ritual meals. They perform sacred washings. They divide all of humanity between sons of light and sons of darkness. They live in community and share all possessions. They prepare for the final war between good and evil. The similarities reach too deep to be dismissed as coincidence. The threads connecting these desert monks to early Christians weave through practices, beliefs, and sacred language that resonate across the centuries. Consider the baptism ritual. John the Baptist steps out of the wilderness, calling people to cleanse themselves in flowing water. The Essenes had been performing similar washings for generations before him. Their manual of discipline describes daily purification rites involving running water, full immersion, and spiritual rebirth through liquid grace. The communion meal finds its predecessor in Qumran's sacred feasts. The community rule speaks of blessed bread and wine shared among the pure. The teacher of righteousness presides over these gatherings. Members must demonstrate their worthiness before they may partake. The resemblance is difficult to ignore. Early Christians organized themselves into communities that mirrored Essene structures. The book of Acts describes believers sharing all possessions, no private property, no individual wealth, everything held in common for the benefit of all. The Damascus document from Qumran outlines an identical system written centuries earlier. The language of light and darkness saturates both traditions. John's Gospel speaks of Christ as the light entering into darkness. The War Scroll divides humanity between sons of light and sons of darkness. Paul writes of walking in light versus walking in darkness. The Qumran texts use phrases that are nearly identical. Angels play central roles in both belief systems. Early Christians anticipate angelic visitors and divine messengers. The Essenes record detailed encounters with heavenly beings. Their texts describe Michael leading the army of light. The Book of Revelation later echoes these cosmic battles with imagery that is strikingly similar. The concept of a new covenant appears in both traditions. Jeremiah had prophesied about God inscribing law on human hearts rather than stone tablets. The Essenes understood themselves as the true covenant community. Early Christians claimed that same identity. Both groups believed they were chosen remnants, preparing for divine judgment. Celibacy distinguished both communities from mainstream Jewish practice. Many Essenes took vows of celibacy. Early Christian leaders like Paul praised the unmarried state. Both understood physical abstinence as a form of spiritual purity that set them apart from ordinary believers. The organizational structures reflect one another in remarkable ways. The Essenes had overseers who guided community life. Early Christian churches had bishops performing similar functions. Both systems emphasized collective decision-making while maintaining clear leadership hierarchies. Biblical interpretation techniques passed from Qumran into Christian communities. The Essenes practiced pesha, finding hidden meanings in Scripture that applied directly to their present situation. Early Christians used identical methods, reading Old Testament prophecies as fulfilled in their own contemporary events. The teacher of righteousness becomes particularly compelling when placed alongside Jesus. Both figures appear as reformers, challenging the religious establishment. Both gather followers in wilderness settings. Both preach moral purification and spiritual renewal. Both face opposition from temple authorities. Both leave behind communities that preserve their teachings after their physical departure. Even the calendar systems show connections. The Essenes followed a solar calendar that differed from the official lunar calendar of the temple. This created different dates for religious festivals. Some scholars suggest Jesus celebrated Passover according to the Essene calendar, which would explain certain chronological discrepancies in the Gospel accounts. The Dead Sea Scrolls contain fragments of previously unknown Jewish texts that later Christian writers appear to quote. The Book of Jubilees appears in Qumran libraries and influences New Testament theology. First, Enoch provides background for the Epistle of Jude. These shared sources point to a common intellectual inheritance. Martyrdom traditions link both groups through the experience of suffering for faith. The Essenes faced persecution from religious authorities. Early Christians endured similar treatment. Both communities developed theology centered on righteous suffering and divine vindication. The emphasis on prophecy and end times preparation defines both movements. The Essenes calculated the timing of God's final intervention. Early Christians expected Christ's imminent return. Both communities lived in constant anticipation of cosmic transformation. Healing practices show remarkable parallels as well. The Essenes studied medicinal herbs and methods of spiritual healing. Jesus and his followers carried out similar healing ministries. Both traditions wove together physical remedies and spiritual intervention. The preservation of sacred texts became central to both communities. The Essenes carefully copied and stored religious writings. Early Christians similarly preserved and passed on apostolic teachings. Both saw themselves as guardians of divine revelation intended for future generations. Some scholars have proposed direct historical connections. Perhaps John the Baptist spent time among Essenes before beginning his public ministry. Perhaps early Christian missionaries encountered Essene communities and adopted elements of their practice. The geographical proximity makes such contact entirely plausible. Archaeological evidence supports these connections as well. Qumran artifacts include pottery similar to pieces uncovered at early Christian sites. Architectural features at both locations reflect comparable approaches to community planning. Physical evidence reinforces what the textual parallels already suggest. The Damascus document mentions a new covenant in the land of Damascus, language that Paul later uses in reference to the Christian covenant. These shared phrases point either to direct borrowing or to common cultural sources that both traditions drew upon independently. Whether through direct influence or parallel development, the Essenes and early Christians traveled remarkably similar spiritual paths. Both emerged from Second Temple Judaism as movements of reform. Both emphasized purity, community, and readiness for divine intervention. Both left behind textual traditions that continue to shape religious thought today. The line between desert monastery and early church grows increasingly indistinct as scholars examine these connections more closely. Perhaps Christianity inherited more from the caves of Qumran than from the temples of Jerusalem. The scrolls whisper of a spiritual kinship that links these ancient communities across the centuries, suggesting that truth often travels through hidden channels rather than official ones. Rome strikes back. The scrolls posed a problem that went far beyond archaeology. They challenged the very foundations upon which religious and political power had been built. Rome had spent centuries constructing an empire, not only of roads and legions, but of ideas and beliefs. These ancient texts threatened to unravel narratives that had been carefully maintained. Emperor Constantine had made a brilliant political calculation in the 4th century. By embracing Christianity, he unified a fractured empire under a single religious banner. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE established official doctrine, Bishops from across the Roman world gathered to determine which books belonged in the Christian Bible and which beliefs qualified as orthodox. This process involved deliberate choices about what to include and what to set aside. Texts that reinforced imperial authority found favor. Writings that promoted radical equality or challenged social order faced rejection. The result was a carefully assembled collection that served both spiritual and political purposes. The Essenes scrolls pointed toward an entirely different story. Here were Jewish communities that had rejected temple authority long before Christianity emerged. They had practiced communal living and shared property centuries before the Book of Acts described early Christian communities doing the same. Their teacher of righteousness preceded Jesus by generations, yet taught principles that were remarkably similar. More troubling still, the scrolls revealed the fluid nature of Scripture itself. The biblical texts found at Qumran often differed from the standardized versions that later became canonical. Words changed. Passages appeared or disappeared. Entire stories evolved across different manuscript traditions. This fluidity undermined claims of biblical inerrancy that had become central to Christian doctrine. If the very words of Scripture could shift over time, how could they represent unchanging divine truth? The implications rippled outward through centuries of accumulated theological certainty. Roman authorities understood these dangers intuitively. They had seen firsthand how alternative scriptures could fuel rebellion. The Gnostic texts of the 2nd and 3rd centuries had attracted followers who challenged Orthodox Christianity. The Montanist movement had proclaimed continuing revelation through prophetic speech. Each alternative tradition had required suppression in order to preserve religious unity. The strategy that emerged combined official doctrine with systematic exclusion. Church councils condemned texts that deviated from approved teachings. Writings deemed heretical faced destruction. Schiedensenschafen. Communities that held on to alternative traditions found themselves targeted as dangers to public order. The process grew more intense after Christianity was declared the official religion of Rome. What had once been a matter of personal belief became a matter of enforced compliance. Citizens faced mounting pressure to fall in line with orthodox doctrine. Straying from accepted belief carried social, economic, and sometimes physical consequences. Libraries became arenas in this battle for control over history. Texts that were officially approved received careful copying and meticulous preservation. Writings that were deemed unacceptable faced deliberate neglect or outright destruction. The Great Library of Alexandria, once a gathering place for wide-ranging knowledge, slowly narrowed its scope to align with imperial priorities. Monasteries played a central role in this filtering of human thought. Monks diligently copied approved manuscripts while allowing others to crumble into dust. The scriptoriums that safeguarded Western learning through the Dark Ages also decided which learning would be passed down. Their choices shaped intellectual life for generations to come. The Council of Carthage in 397 CE formally settled the Christian biblical canon. That decision left out many texts that had been in regular use across various Christian communities. The Gospel of Thomas, the Acts of Paul and Thecla, the Apocalypse of Peter, all were pushed into the category of apocryphal or heretical writings. By the medieval period, the system had grown largely self-sustaining. Scholars studied only what was sanctioned. Theologians built their arguments on approved foundations. Alternative viewpoints vanished from academic conversation. The restricted range of surviving sources made it increasingly hard to sustain any interpretation outside the accepted framework. The Inquisition marked the fullest expression of this system of control. Beginning in the 12th century, church officials actively hunted down and stamped out heretical beliefs. Books were set ablaze. Scholars were put on trial. Entire communities suffered persecution for holding on to alternative traditions. This methodical approach proved strikingly effective. By the Renaissance, most knowledge of alternative Christian movements had faded from European awareness entirely. The dominant narrative seemed to be the only narrative. Orthodox Christianity appeared to represent the natural outgrowth of apostolic teaching rather than one path chosen from among many. The printing press introduced fresh complications for this system of control. Books became less expensive and far more widely available. Ideas could travel faster than authorities could shut them down. The Protestant Reformation showed just how rapidly alternative interpretations could gain mass support once they became accessible to ordinary people. Religious authorities adapted by developing new strategies for managing the flow of information. The Index Librorum Prohibitorum, the list of books forbidden to Catholics, attempted to shape what believers were permitted to read. Protestant denominations developed their own mechanisms for defining acceptable doctrine and keeping dangerous ideas at bay. Universities emerged as powerful gatekeepers in this process. Academic theology departments determined which sources were worth studying and which could be safely set aside. Scholarly consensus became an instrument for maintaining intellectual limits. Students were trained to operate within approved frameworks rather than challenge foundational assumptions. The 19th century brought new complications as archaeology began unearthing ancient texts that had been missing for centuries. The discovery of Codex Sinaiticus and other early biblical manuscripts revealed textual variations that scholars could no longer ignore. Academic integrity began pressing against institutional loyalty. Religious institutions responded with refined apologetics that acknowledged textual difficulties while holding fast to essential doctrines. Biblical criticism developed as a field that could examine Scripture through a scientific lens while preserving commitments of faith. This approach allowed scholars to engage with troubling evidence without surrendering core beliefs. The Dead Sea Scrolls represented the ultimate test of this delicate balancing act. Here were texts that predated Christianity yet contained teachings of remarkable similarity to it. They revealed the rich diversity of Second Temple Judaism, while exposing the constructed nature of later orthodoxy. They demanded honest inquiry while threatening deeply comfortable certainties. The initial response followed familiar patterns. Access was restricted to a small circle of trusted scholars. Publication was delayed while the implications were carefully weighed. Religious authorities kept close watch over the direction of research. The aim was to manage what was revealed rather than prevent revelation entirely. But the modern world proved far more resistant to control than medieval monasteries had been. Scholarly communities demanded access. Journalists dug into the delays. Public curiosity grew as stories of suppression spread. The old strategies of containment began to fail in an era of mass communication and growing academic freedom. The struggle between truth and control that began with Constantine continues today, playing out in university departments, religious institutions, and public forums where ancient texts meet modern questions about authority, authenticity, and the power to define spiritual truth. The Vatican and the Vault. Deep beneath Vatican City, in climate-controlled chambers that very few people will ever enter, rest some of the most sensitive documents in all of human history. The Vatican Apostolic Archives, formerly known as the Vatican Secret Archives, contain roughly 53 miles of shelving. Somewhere within that vast collection, according to persistent whispers, lie materials connected to the Dead Sea Scrolls that have never been made available to the public. The Vatican's involvement with the scrolls began almost from the moment of their discovery. Father Roland de Vaux, a Dominican priest and archaeologist, became one of the founding members of the international team granted access to the manuscripts. His position gave the Catholic Church extraordinary influence over how these ancient texts would be interpreted and presented to the world. Cardinal Augustin Bayer, a German Jesuit who served as president of the Pontifical Biblical Institute, kept close watch over scroll research throughout the 1950s and 1960s. His correspondence with members of the scroll team reveals concerns about how certain texts might affect Catholic doctrine. Some of those letters hint at materials that required special handling due to their sensitive character. The Church's official stance emphasized the scroll's value for understanding the world in which Christianity took shape. Vatican scholars produced carefully considered studies showing how the Qumran texts shed light on the Jewish backgrounds of New Testament writings. This approach allowed them to acknowledge the importance of the scrolls while preserving traditional Christian interpretations. Behind that public position, however, lay deeper anxieties. Internal documents from the 1960s, which leaked decades later, revealed debates among church officials about whether certain scroll fragments contained material capable of challenging core Christian beliefs. References appear to texts describing pre-Christian messianic figures bearing remarkable similarities to Jesus. The copper scroll presented particular difficulties. This singular document, inscribed on metal rather than parchment, appeared to function as a kind of treasure map, listing vast quantities of gold and silver hidden throughout ancient Palestine. Some researchers propose that this wealth may have belonged to the Jerusalem temple, raising uncomfortable questions about the economic relationships between the various Jewish groups of the first century. Even more intriguing were fragments that seemed to describe initiation, rituals, and sacred communal meals, bearing striking resemblances to Christian sacraments. If such practices had preceded Christianity by decades or even centuries, they could call into question the claims of uniqueness surrounding the origins of baptism and communion. Such discoveries might shake the faith of ordinary believers while handing ammunition to critics of the Church. The Vatican's response involved careful management rather than outright suppression. Father DeVoe and his colleagues published selected texts while holding back others that allegedly required further study. Translation decisions favored interpretations that supported traditional Christian understanding. Alternative readings that might have proved troubling received little attention in official publications. Private correspondence between Vatican officials and scroll researchers reveals the delicate balance they were trying to maintain. The Church wished to participate in legitimate biblical scholarship while safeguarding doctrinal integrity. That meant supporting inquiry that deepened understanding of Christian origins, while gently discouraging investigations that might prove disruptive or embarrassing. The Pontifical Biblical Commission issued guidelines for Catholic scholars working with the scrolls. These directions stressed the importance of interpreting ancient texts within the framework of church teaching. Scholars were free to pursue historical questions, but were expected to keep in mind their responsibilities as faithful Catholics when drawing theological conclusions. Some researchers bristled at these constraints. Father Joseph Fitzmyer, a prominent American biblical scholar, later described the pressure he felt to shape his interpretations according to church expectations. Others found ways to present challenging material in forms that satisfied both scholarly rigor and ecclesiastical oversight. The 1970s brought rising criticism of the scroll team's closed methods. Journalists and outside scholars began asking why access remained so restricted after decades of research. Some pointed to Vatican influence as a key factor in maintaining the monopoly over these historically significant documents. Church officials replied by emphasizing their commitment to scholarly integrity. They noted that Catholic institutions had provided substantial funding for scroll research and deserved appropriate recognition for their contributions. The delays in publication, they argued, reflected the careful attention owed to materials of such importance rather than any impulse to conceal uncomfortable truths. Vatican involvement extended beyond direct participation in scroll research. The Church maintained extensive networks of relationships with museums, universities, and collectors active in the antiquities trade. These connections created opportunities to influence how scroll fragments were acquired, studied, and presented. The Israel Museum in Jerusalem, which houses many of the most significant scrolls, received considerable financial support from Catholic organizations. That funding came with implicit expectations about how the materials would be presented to visitors. Educational programs and exhibitions reflected perspectives broadly aligned with traditional Christian teaching. Private collectors who acquired scroll fragments often sought authentication from Catholic scholars, whose reputations for careful scholarship made their endorsements valuable in the antiquities market. This position allowed Vatican-affiliated experts to shape which materials entered private hands and which became available for broader scholarly examination. The rise of independent scholarship in the 1980s and 1990s challenged these established arrangements. Computer analysis of scroll fragments revealed patterns that earlier scholars had missed or set aside. New translation methods suggested readings that differed substantially from published versions. The monopoly over interpretation began cracking under the pressure of technological progress. The massive leak of unpublished scroll photographs in 1991 finally shattered the old system of control. Scholars around the world suddenly gained access to materials that had been restricted for decades. The Vatican found itself unable to manage the flow of information or shape how the texts were interpreted and presented. Internal church documents from that period, later obtained through Freedom of Information requests, reveal considerable anxiety about the implications of unrestricted access to the scrolls. Officials worried that sensationalized interpretations might damage the Church's credibility or mislead ordinary believers about Christian origins. The response involved a turn toward more open engagement with scroll scholarship. Vatican museums began hosting exhibitions that acknowledged the complexity of early Jewish and Christian relationships. Church scholars published articles taking on difficult questions raised by the scroll texts. The strategy shifted from containment to careful explanation. Today, the Vatican holds significant collections of scroll-related materials in its archives. Researchers who gain access describe photographs of fragments that have never been published, correspondence between scholars and church officials, and internal reports analyzing the theological implications of various discoveries. Freedom of information laws and changing attitudes towards scholarly transparency have made some of these materials accessible to researchers. However, significant portions remain classified, particularly documents dealing with the Church's strategic responses to challenging discoveries. The full extent of Vatican involvement with the Dead Sea Scrolls may never be entirely known. What does seem clear is that the Church recognized early on the potential implications of these ancient texts and worked carefully to ensure that their revelations served rather than undermined traditional Christian teaching. Whether this represented responsible scholarship or inappropriate interference remains a matter of active debate among historians and biblical scholars. The scrolls continue to raise questions that make religious authorities uneasy. They expose the constructed nature of later orthodoxy while revealing the diversity of ancient Jewish and early Christian belief. In a world where information moves instantly and skepticism toward authority grows by the day, managing these revelations requires strategies that earlier generations of church leaders never had to consider. The scrolls go to war. The Six-Day War of 1967 transformed the Dead Sea Scrolls from ancient curiosities into modern political weapons. When Israeli forces seized East Jerusalem and the West Bank, they gained control not only of territory but of history itself. The scrolls, scattered across various collections and institutions, suddenly became symbols of national identity and divine mandate. Israeli archaeologist Yigal Yadin had been tracking scroll fragments through private dealers and international auction houses for years. The war gave him an unprecedented chance to consolidate these scattered pieces under Israeli authority. Within months, his team had acquired several major scroll collections that had been housed in Jordanian territory. The timing seemed almost prophetic to many Israelis. Here were Jewish texts written by Jewish hands returning to Jewish stewardship after 2,000 years of exile. The scrolls appeared to validate modern Israel's claims to ancient Palestine. They provided historical roots extending back to the Second Temple period, connecting contemporary Israelis to their ancestors in ways that transcended recent political arrangements. Prime Minister Levi Eshkol understood the propaganda value of this narrative. State ceremonies welcomed the scrolls home. Educational programs highlighted their significance for Jewish identity. Tourist sites grew up around Qumran, and the Israel Museum, where the Shrine of the Book displayed the most important finds, drew millions of visitors. The scrolls became especially important for Christian Zionism, a movement that saw modern Israel as the fulfillment of biblical prophecy. American evangelical leaders pointed to the discovery and recovery of these ancient texts as evidence of divine blessing upon the Jewish state. Donations poured in from Christian organizations eager to support what they understood as God's plan unfolding in history. This religious enthusiasm translated into political support that proved crucial for Israeli diplomacy. When the United Nations passed resolutions critical of Israeli policies, Christian Zionist organizations mobilized their considerable resources to defend Israel's positions. The scrolls offered tangible proof that Jews belonged in this land by divine right, rather than merely by political arrangement. Palestinian intellectuals responded by developing counter-narratives that stressed the multicultural history of the region. They noted that the Essenes who produced the scrolls might have included ancestors of modern Palestinians as well as Jews. The texts themselves revealed a diversity within ancient Judaism that complicated simple claims about continuous ethnic presence. Archaeological politics grew increasingly tangled as both sides reached for the scrolls to support their historical narratives. Israeli scholars emphasized Jewish elements in the texts while downplaying broader cultural contexts. Palestinian researchers highlighted connections to local populations and traditions that transcended narrow ethnic categories. The international scholarly community found itself caught between these competing demands. American universities that depended on funding from pro-Israel donors faced pressure to endorse interpretations that supported Israeli positions. European institutions with significant Muslim communities encountered different expectations from their diverse constituencies. The Intifada uprisings of the 1980s and 2000s brought new dimensions to scroll politics. Palestinian protesters sometimes targeted archaeological sites as symbols of occupation and cultural appropriation. Israeli security forces responded by increasing protection around Qumran and related locations, converting historical sites into militarized zones. Some Palestinian scholars accused Israeli archaeologists of deliberately suppressing evidence that might complicate claims about Jewish continuity in the land. They pointed to delays in publishing certain fragments and suggested that materials showing cultural mixing or non-Jewish influences were being concealed or minimized. Israeli researchers responded that political considerations had never shaped their scholarly work. They pointed to the international composition of scroll research teams and the rigorous peer review processes governing publication. Any delays, they maintained, reflected the careful attention these materials deserved, rather than ideological calculation. The growth of settlement movements in the West Bank added yet another layer to these debates. Some religious settlers cited the scrolls as justification for their presence in areas like Hebron and Bethlehem. The ancient Jewish communities described in the scroll texts provided historical precedent for modern Jewish settlement throughout the biblical heartland. These claims alarmed both Palestinian residents and Israeli moderates who feared that religious nationalism was crowding out practical political thinking. The scrolls became symbols not just of Jewish presence, but of Jewish entitlement to the entire territory between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. American foreign policy toward the Middle East began absorbing scroll-related themes as Christian Zionist influence expanded within the Republican Party. Political candidates spoke of fulfilling biblical prophecy through support for Israeli expansion. The ancient texts provided religious justification for contemporary geopolitical strategies. Academic conferences on scroll research became venues for subtle political advocacy. Scholars from different countries found their interpretations shaped by their nation's diplomatic stances. Funding sources influenced research priorities in ways that participants rarely acknowledged openly, but understood instinctively. The Second Gulf War drew fresh attention to scroll politics as American forces occupied Iraq. Some Christian leaders suggested that military action in the Middle East was preparing the region for prophetic fulfillment. The scrolls provided evidence that God was actively working through historical events to accomplish divine purposes. Iranian leaders responded by stressing Islamic claims to Jerusalem and Palestine. They observed that the Dome of the Rock occupied the same Temple Mount that Jews held sacred. The scrolls might confirm ancient Jewish presence, but Islamic conquest and centuries of Muslim rule created more recent claims that carried equal moral weight. Social media transformed how scroll politics played out in public discourse. Images of ancient texts circulated alongside contemporary political messages. Hashtags linked archaeological discoveries to current events. The scrolls became memes that reduced complex historical relationships into partisan talking points. Educational curricula in both Israeli and Palestinian schools began incorporating scroll materials in ways that reinforced their respective national stories. Israeli students learned about Jewish religious continuity and historical connection to the land. Palestinian students examined cultural diversity and resistance to foreign occupation across the centuries. Tourism became another arena where scroll politics played out in real time. Competing tour guides offered radically different interpretations of identical archaeological sites. Christian pilgrims heard stories of biblical fulfillment, while secular visitors were introduced to scientific archaeology. The same physical evidence served multiple, incompatible narratives simultaneously. The Trump administration's recognition of Jerusalem as Israel's capital drew renewed attention to scroll-related claims about Jewish historical presence. Evangelical supporters celebrated what they saw as American alignment with biblical truth. Critics expressed concern about the manipulation of ancient texts for contemporary diplomatic ends. Today, the scrolls remain entangled in Middle Eastern politics in ways their ancient authors could never have foreseen. These texts that once called for withdrawal from worldly concerns now serve worldly concerns in the most direct manner imaginable. They provide ammunition for competing claims about land, identity, and divine favor that shape one of the world's most enduring conflicts. The transformation of scholarship into propaganda represents one of the most troubling dimensions of scroll politics. Ancient texts that ought to illuminate history instead obscure it beneath layers of contemporary ideology. Truth becomes secondary to usefulness in supporting conclusions about modern political arrangements that were reached long before the evidence was examined. Whether the scrolls will ever escape their political captivity remains an open question. As long as competing groups see them as validation for incompatible claims, these ancient voices will continue serving modern masters rather than speaking their own truths about the complex realities of life in ancient Palestine. Forgery, fraud, and the fake scrolls. The phone call came on a quiet Tuesday morning in 2013. Steve Green, heir to the Hobby Lobby fortune and passionate collector of biblical artifacts, listened as antiquities dealers described fragments that could transform scroll scholarship. The pieces appeared to be previously unknown Dead Sea Scroll texts, available for purchase at prices reflecting their extraordinary significance. Green had been assembling what would become the Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C., His collection already included thousands of biblical manuscripts, tablets, and artifacts acquired from dealers around the world. The chance to add genuine Dead Sea Scroll fragments to his holdings represented the ultimate prize for a collector devoted to preserving biblical heritage. The fragments looked convincing under initial examination. They bore the characteristic writing style of ancient Hebrew scribes. The parchment showed appropriate aging and wear patterns. chemical analysis suggested materials consistent with first-century origins. Carbon dating produced results that fell within expected ranges for Qumran texts. Green's team consulted with respected scholars who confirmed the apparent authenticity of several pieces. These experts noted similarities to known scroll texts while identifying unique variations suggesting previously unknown compositions. The fragments seemed to fill gaps in existing knowledge about Essene beliefs and practices. The acquisition process required careful negotiation with dealers who claimed the fragments had been in private collections since before 1970, when international laws governing the antiquities trade became more restrictive. Provenance documentation appeared complete, though somewhat sparse in its account of earlier ownership. Payment involved millions of dollars transferred through intricate networks of shell companies and offshore accounts. This elaborate financial structure, the dealers explained, protected the privacy of previous owners while ensuring compliance with various national and international regulations governing cultural heritage transactions. The Museum of the Bible opened in 2017 with great ceremony, featuring the newly acquired scroll fragments as centerpieces of its collection. Visitors marveled at these ancient texts that seemed to connect them directly to the world of biblical times. Educational programs underscored the fragments' importance for understanding Jewish and early Christian history. Academic scholars requested access to study the fragments more thoroughly. Initial publications described their contents and suggested implications for scroll scholarship. Conferences featured presentations about discoveries that appeared to expand knowledge about Qumran community, life, and beliefs. Doubts began emerging, however, as more researchers examined the materials closely. The German Federal Institute for Materials Research and Testing conducted sophisticated analysis that turned up troubling inconsistencies. The parchment showed signs of artificial aging rather than the natural deterioration expected of genuine ancient materials. Microscopic examination revealed modern adhesives and binding agents that had not existed in antiquity. Ink analysis identified chemical compositions containing synthetic compounds developed in the 20th century. Carbon dating results, upon closer scrutiny, appeared to have been manipulated through chemical treatments designed to produce false age readings. The writing itself contained linguistic anachronisms that native Hebrew speakers recognized as modern constructions. Grammatical patterns reflected contemporary rather than ancient usage. Theological concepts appeared to blend authentic Qumran ideas with later Jewish and Christian developments in ways that suggested modern synthesis rather than ancient composition. Digital imaging techniques exposed the underlying layers that showed how the forgers had assembled the fragments. Modern parchment had been artificially aged through chemical processes. Ancient Hebrew characters had been traced over using inks formulated to replicate historical compositions. The entire process of fabrication became visible under advanced technological examination. The scandal broke publicly in 2018 when multiple scholarly institutions announced their conclusions about the forgeries simultaneously. The Museum of the Bible faced the humiliating revelation that its prized scroll fragments were sophisticated fakes produced by criminal networks that had deceived collectors and scholars across the world. Investigation revealed a complex operation centered in modern-day Palestine, where skilled craftsmen had developed techniques for producing convincing biblical forgeries. These workshops combined traditional materials and methods with modern chemistry to create artifacts that could survive initial examination by even experienced scholars. The forgers had studied authentic scroll fragments with extraordinary care, learning to replicate writing styles, material properties, and aging patterns that characterized genuine ancient texts. They developed chemical processes for artificially aging parchment and creating patina effects that conveyed the impression of centuries of natural deterioration. Market demand for biblical artifacts had generated economic incentives that made forgery extraordinarily profitable. Wealthy collectors, eager to possess pieces of biblical history, were willing to pay enormous sums for authentic-appearing materials. The combination of high prices and limited legitimate supply made fraud nearly inevitable. The authentication process itself had become compromised by conflicts of interest and inadequate scientific analysis. Scholars who stood to benefit from new discoveries sometimes proved less skeptical than thorough examination required. Dealers who earned commissions on sales had obvious reasons to confirm authenticity rather than question it. Legal investigations revealed that the forgery network had been operating for decades, producing fake artifacts from multiple ancient civilizations. Dead Sea Scroll fragments represented only one product line in an operation that also manufactured false Egyptian papyri, Mesopotamian tablets, and classical inscriptions for collectors around the world. The sophistication of modern forgery techniques poses continuing challenges for authentication. Chemical analysis that once seemed definitive can now be defeated by countermeasures developed specifically to confound scientific testing. Carbon dating can be manipulated through treatments that alter apparent age readings. Digital technology adds further dimensions to the forgery problem. High-resolution scanning allows forgers to study authentic texts in unprecedented detail. Computer analysis of ancient writing patterns enables them to replicate individual scribal hands with remarkable precision. Three-dimensional printing permits the creation of artifacts that replicate not just surface appearance, but physical structure. The psychological dimensions of forgery's success reveal uncomfortable truths about human nature and scholarly objectivity. People want to believe in extraordinary discoveries that confirm their existing beliefs. Collectors crave unique possessions that distinguish them from others. Scholars seek recognition through association with revolutionary findings. These desires generate cognitive biases that forgers exploit systematically. Authentication becomes less stringent when potential buyers desperately want materials to be genuine. Warning signs get overlooked or rationalized away when financial and emotional commitments have already been made to particular outcomes. The Museum of the Bible responded to the forgery revelations by introducing more rigorous authentication procedures and cooperating with law enforcement to investigate the criminal networks involved. However, the lasting damage to the institution's credibility raised questions about the reliability of other items in its collection. The scandal illuminated broader problems within the antiquities market, where legal and ethical standards vary widely across different jurisdictions. Objects move through complex chains of ownership that obscure their origins and complicate authentication. Collectors and dealers operate in gray areas, where both legal ownership and historical accuracy remain uncertain. Academic institutions face pressures that compromise their ability to serve as impartial arbiters of authenticity. Funding from wealthy donors creates conflicts of interest when those same donors seek validation for their collections. Career advancement can hinge on maintaining relationships with collectors and dealers who control access to significant materials. The technological arms race between forgers and authenticators continues escalating as both sides develop more refined tools and techniques. New methods for detecting fraud appear regularly, but those engaged in deception adapt their approaches to defeat the latest authentication technologies. The contest between deception and detection shows no sign of resolution. Public trust in archaeological and biblical scholarship has suffered as forgery scandals accumulate. When specialists can be fooled by fabricated artifacts, ordinary people lose confidence in professional claims about ancient history. Skepticism extends beyond specific discoveries to cast doubt on the entire enterprise of using material evidence to understand the past. The Dead Sea Scroll forgeries represent more than simple criminal fraud. They illuminate the complex relationships between faith, scholarship, commerce, and truth in contemporary culture. When ancient texts become commodities to be bought and sold, their meaning becomes secondary to their market value. Truth itself becomes just another product, competing for attention in a marketplace where authenticity is increasingly difficult to confirm and even harder to protect. Who owns the past? The question seems straightforward enough until you actually try to answer it. In storage rooms across Jerusalem, fragments of ancient parchment rest in climate-controlled cases, each piece potentially worth millions on the antiquities market. Some carry Israeli museum labels, others display American university markings. A few bear private collector tags. But who actually owns these pieces of history? The Bedouin shepherds who first encountered the scrolls in 1947 followed ancient customs regarding found objects. In their tradition, treasure discovered in caves belonged to whoever found it. They sold their discoveries to antiquities dealers in Bethlehem, setting in motion a chain of transactions that would stretch across decades and cross multiple continents. Khalil Iskander Shahin, known as Kando, became the primary go-between in these early exchanges. His antiquities shop in Bethlehem served as the hub of a network connecting Bedouin finders with international collectors. Money changed hands in backrooms, while priceless manuscripts moved through channels that respected profit far more than provenance. The Jordanian Department of Antiquities asserted legal authority over archaeological discoveries within its territory. Officials argued that the scrolls belonged to the state, regardless of who found them or where they were subsequently sold. This position aligned with modern archaeological principles, treating cultural heritage as public property rather than private commodity. Israeli conquest of the West Bank in 1967 complicated these ownership claims considerably. The new occupying power inherited responsibility for protecting archaeological sites while gaining access to materials that had previously been beyond its reach. Former Jordanian claims suddenly carried less legal weight than Israeli administrative control. Palestinian residents of the region advanced their own claims based on continuous presence in the area. They argued that artifacts found in their ancestral lands belonged to them regardless of which government happened to exercise political control at any given moment. The scrolls represented part of their cultural heritage that had been appropriated by outsiders. American institutions entered the ownership debate through purchase agreements with various dealers and collectors. Universities and museums maintained that their acquisitions had been legitimate under international law as it existed at the time of purchase. They stressed their role in preserving and studying materials that might otherwise have been lost or destroyed. The Vatican's involvement added yet another layer of complexity to ownership questions. Church officials argued that their scholarly contributions to scroll research gave them special rights to continued access and influence over how materials were studied and interpreted. Religious authority competed with national sovereignty in determining who could make decisions about these ancient texts. Legal battles erupted regularly as different parties advanced their claims through various court systems. Jordanian laws conflicted with Israeli regulations. American courts applied different standards than European tribunals. International conventions proved inadequate for resolving disputes that spanned multiple jurisdictions and incompatible legal traditions. The practical outcome was a patchwork of ownership arrangements that fully satisfied no one while creating enduring uncertainty about the legal status of many fragments. Some pieces changed hands multiple times as court rulings shifted the balance between different claimants. Others remained in legal limbo for decades while litigation dragged on. Academic access became hostage to these ownership disputes. Scholars wishing to study particular fragments had to navigate complicated permission processes involving multiple institutions and authorities. Research projects stalled while administrators debated jurisdiction and control. The UNESCO Convention of 1970 attempted to establish international standards for the protection of cultural property. The agreement required member nations to prevent the illegal export of archaeological materials and to return objects that had been unlawfully removed from other countries. However, the convention applied only to future transactions, leaving existing ownership claims unresolved. Private collectors found themselves in particularly exposed positions as legal standards evolved. Materials acquired legally under older regulations suddenly faced challenge under newer and more restrictive laws. Collectors who had spent fortunes assembling their holdings discovered that their ownership rights were considerably less secure than they had believed. The rise of indigenous rights movements worldwide began influencing discussions about scroll ownership. Native peoples in various countries successfully reclaimed cultural artifacts from museums and private collections. These precedents encouraged Palestinian advocates to press similar claims about materials found in their traditional territories. Economic considerations complicated moral arguments about rightful ownership. The scrolls had generated millions of dollars in revenue through museum admissions, book sales, documentary rights, and tourism. Various parties claimed shares of these profits based on their contributions to preservation, research, or public education. Insurance companies became unwilling participants in ownership disputes when their policies covered scroll fragments whose legal status remained unclear. Claims for theft, damage, or loss required clear proof of ownership that many holders could not produce. Some valuable pieces became effectively uninsurable because of clouded title issues. The Internet age brought new dimensions to ownership debates as digital copies of scroll images circulated freely online. High-resolution photographs allowed scholars worldwide to study texts without accessing physical materials. This democratization of information challenged traditional gatekeeping roles while raising questions about intellectual property rights in ancient texts. Forgery scandals further complicated ownership questions by revealing how easily authentication could be manipulated. When experts could be deceived by fabricated materials, how could anyone be confident about the legitimacy of ownership claims? The exposure of elaborate fraud networks cast doubt over the entire antiquities market. Museum ethics evolved to demand more thorough provenance research before acquiring archaeological materials. Institutions that had once accepted dealers' assurances about legal ownership began requiring detailed documentation of objects' full histories. Many scroll fragments failed to meet these higher standards for legitimate acquisition. The emergence of digital humanities opened new possibilities for collaborative ownership models. Rather than fighting over who controlled physical objects, scholars began exploring ways to share access to digital resources. Virtual museums allowed multiple institutions to display the same materials simultaneously, without triggering ownership disputes. Repatriation movements gathered momentum as formerly colonized peoples demanded the return of cultural heritage from Western museums. The British Museum faced pressure to return the Elgin marbles to Greece. Egyptian authorities pursued the return of artifacts from European collections. These precedents encouraged similar claims regarding Dead Sea Scroll materials. Legal scholars proposed new frameworks for managing cultural heritage that centered on stewardship rather than ownership. Under these models, institutions would hold materials in trust for all of humanity, rather than asserting absolute property rights. Guardianship would carry responsibilities as well as privileges. Climate change added urgency to preservation questions that transcended ownership disputes. Rising sea levels threatened coastal archaeological sites, while extreme weather endangered artifact storage facilities. The need for secure, long-term preservation created practical arguments for centralized management, regardless of competing legal claims. International cooperation became essential for comprehensive scroll research, as fragments remained scattered across multiple collections. Collaborative projects required agreements between institutions, with overlapping and conflicting ownership claims. Scientific progress came to depend increasingly on diplomatic solutions to legal and political problems. The development of blockchain technology offered potential solutions for tracking provenance and managing shared ownership of cultural artifacts. Digital certificates could create tamper-resistant records of objects' histories while allowing multiple parties to hold partial ownership stakes in the same items. Young scholars entering the field found themselves inheriting disputes that had been running for decades. Career advancement depended on gaining access to materials whose legal standing remained uncertain. The next generation of researchers encountered institutional barriers constructed by their predecessors' inability to resolve fundamental questions about who controlled these ancient texts. Public opinion surveys consistently found that most people believed archaeological discoveries should belong to all of humanity rather than individual nations, institutions, or collectors. Translating that idealistic vision into practical policy proved difficult, however, when real money and institutional prestige were on the line. The COVID-19 pandemic underscored the vulnerability of distributed collections when travel restrictions prevented scholars from reaching materials housed in distant institutions. Digital alternatives became more important as physical access became more constrained. The crisis accelerated trends toward virtual collaboration that may eventually make ownership questions less pressing than they once seemed. Today, ownership of Dead Sea Scroll materials remains a tangled web of competing claims, legal uncertainties, and practical compromises. No single authority controls all the fragments. No clear legal framework governs all the disputes. The scrolls exist in a condition of perpetual negotiation among parties who must cooperate to study them while disagreeing about who ultimately holds the right to them. Perhaps the question itself reflects modern assumptions that ancient peoples would not have shared. The Essenes who created these texts lived in communities where individual ownership was subordinated to collective needs. They might well have been puzzled by contemporary arguments over who controls their words. The scrolls belong to the past, but the past belongs to everyone and to no one. These ancient voices speak across the centuries to anyone willing to listen. Their message extends beyond the boundaries that modern people draw around intellectual and cultural property. In the end, the scrolls may own us far more than we own them, shaping our understanding of history, faith, and human nature in ways that no legal document can fully capture or contain. In a basement laboratory at Hebrew University, technicians wearing white gloves carefully position fragments of ancient parchment beneath sophisticated imaging equipment. Multiple cameras capture every detail from varied angles, while specialized lighting brings out text that human eyes alone cannot detect. The Dead Sea Scrolls are living through their second life, this time in digital form. This transformation took root in the 1990s, when computer technology had finally advanced enough to meet the complex demands of photographing extremely fragile materials. Traditional photography had caused harm to some fragments through heat and chemical exposure. Digital methods held the promise of preservation without causing further damage to the originals. The Israel Antiquities Authority joined forces with Google to build the most comprehensive digital archive of scroll materials ever attempted. High-resolution cameras, operating at resolutions far beyond what human vision can achieve, were brought to bear on every crack, stain, and faded character, revealing details that previous generations of scholars could never have seen. Infrared imaging uncovered texts that had become invisible under normal light. Letters that scribes had erased and rewritten centuries ago suddenly became readable once more. Fragments that appeared completely blank under ordinary illumination showed ghostly traces of words when examined through different portions of the electromagnetic spectrum. Advanced computer algorithms then began reassembling scattered fragments, drawing on patterns of damage, writing style, and material composition. Pieces that had been separated for decades were digitally reunited, allowing scholars to reconstruct complete texts from fragments housed in different institutions spread across multiple continents. The online publication of scroll images opened up access in ways that had never been possible before. Scholars working in remote locations could examine materials with the same level of detail as researchers physically present in Jerusalem. Graduate students gained entry to primary sources that had previously been restricted to senior professors. The long-standing monopoly over scroll scholarship finally gave way under digital pressure. Machine learning systems, trained on thousands of ancient Hebrew characters, began assisting with transcription and translation. Computers could identify damaged letters by comparing them with intact examples drawn from similar contexts. Software filled gaps in broken text by predicting likely words based on linguistic patterns and historical context. Virtual reality applications gave users the ability to explore a reconstructed Qumran as it might have appeared during the scroll writing period. Digital archaeologists recreated buildings, furniture, and the rhythms of daily activity based on archaeological evidence. Visitors could walk through the ancient community while reading the very texts its members had produced. Three-dimensional scanning captured the physical structure of scroll materials in microscopic detail. These scans revealed how parchments were prepared, how inks were applied, and how documents were stored and handled across time. Material science merged with textual analysis to create a more complete understanding of ancient scribal practices. Crowdsourcing projects enlisted volunteers from around the world to help transcribe and translate scroll materials. Amateur enthusiasts contributed alongside professional scholars, accelerating the pace of research while bringing fresh perspectives from people outside traditional academic circles. Digital collaboration broke down barriers that had limited participation for decades. Social media platforms became venues for scholarly debate about scroll interpretation. Twitter threads dissected translation choices, while Facebook groups discussed the theological implications of newly revealed texts. Academic discourse escaped the confines of university halls to engage broader public audiences interested in ancient history and religious studies. Digital preservation, however, created new challenges alongside its new opportunities. File formats that appeared permanent might become obsolete within decades. Cloud storage services might disappear or shift their policies. The digital copies that promised eternal preservation faced their own forms of decay and loss. Artificial intelligence systems began generating insights that human scholars had missed after decades of careful study. Pattern recognition algorithms identified recurring phrases across different texts, revealing connections that manual analysis had overlooked. Computer assistance accelerated research while raising deeper questions about the role of human interpretation in understanding ancient materials. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated digital trends when travel restrictions prevented scholars from reaching physical collections. Video conferences replaced in-person collaboration, while shared digital platforms allowed research to continue despite locked borders. The crisis laid bare both the possibilities and the limitations of purely virtual scholarship. Blockchain technology offered potential solutions for ensuring the authenticity and integrity of digital scroll images. Cryptographic signatures could prevent tampering while creating permanent records of who had accessed or modified files. Digital certificates might eventually prove more reliable than physical provenance for establishing authenticity. Deep learning systems, trained on scroll texts, began generating predictions about missing portions of damaged manuscripts. These computer-generated reconstructions required careful validation by human experts, but they provided starting points for scholarly investigation that might otherwise have remained out of reach. Virtual museum exhibitions reached global audiences that could never have visited physical collections. Interactive displays allowed users to manipulate images, compare different manuscripts, and explore historical contexts through multimedia presentations. Digital curation created entirely new forms of public engagement with ancient materials. The digital revolution also introduced new forms of inequality, however. Scholars at well-funded institutions gained access to sophisticated tools, while researchers in developing countries remained excluded by technological barriers. Digital divides replicated, and in some cases amplified, existing disparities in academic resources. The ease of digital manipulation also raised concerns about scholarly integrity and public confusion. Images could be altered without obvious traces of modification. Fake materials could be presented alongside authentic ones in online collections. The democratization of access came paired with increased responsibility for verification and authentication. Commercial interests began shaping digital preservation priorities as technology companies sought profitable applications for their innovations. The tools that enabled scholarly research also served marketing goals and data collection strategies. Academic freedom intersected with corporate agendas in ways that created both opportunities and genuine ethical dilemmas. Educational applications transformed the way students engaged with ancient texts. Interactive timelines connected scroll materials with broader historical contexts. Translation exercises allowed learners to work directly with primary sources rather than depending solely on published interpretations. Digital tools made ancient languages more accessible to contemporary audiences. The proliferation of digital copies raised new questions about intellectual property and scholarly citation. When multiple institutions host the same materials online, which version should researchers reference? How should scholars acknowledge the technological infrastructure that made their work possible? Traditional academic conventions struggled to adapt to digital realities. Mobile applications brought scroll materials to smartphones and tablets, allowing casual browsing of ancient text during commutes or leisure time. Pop-up notifications could alert users to new discoveries or interpretations. Ancient wisdom became as accessible as social media updates, though not necessarily received with the same attention or reverence. Gaming applications incorporated scroll materials into interactive historical simulations. Players could take on the role of ancient scribes or modern archaeologists while learning about Qumran community life. Entertainment and education merged in ways that reached audiences who might never set foot in a traditional museum or sit through an academic lecture. The long-term sustainability of digital preservation remains an open question. Storage costs continue to fall, while processing power grows exponentially. Yet, institutional commitments to maintaining digital collections must compete with other priorities for limited resources. Future generations may discover that our sense of digital permanence was far more fragile than we assumed. Today, the Dead Sea Scrolls exist simultaneously in multiple forms across a range of digital platforms. Their ancient words appear on screens worldwide, while their physical remains rest in climate-controlled storage. This multiplication creates new possibilities for understanding, while raising fundamental questions about the relationship between original and copy, between material artifact and digital representation. The scrolls have become truly immortal in ways their creators never imagined. Unlike physical parchment that inevitably decays, digital copies can theoretically last forever with proper maintenance and migration to new formats. The voices from Qumran now speak through fiber optic cables and wireless networks, reaching audiences that span the entire globe. Yet something may be lost in this digital translation. The physical presence of ancient materials carries emotional and spiritual weight that no screen can fully replicate. The texture of parchment, the smell of age, the fragility that demands reverent handling. These sensory experiences connect us to the past in ways that transcend the mere transfer of information. The digital resurrection of the Dead Sea Scrolls represents both a triumph and a kind of tragedy of our technological age. We can preserve and share these materials with unprecedented effectiveness, while potentially losing something essential about their nature as physical objects created by human hands in ancient times. The scrolls live on, but in forms their authors never could have conceived. Imagine a world where the Dead Sea Scrolls had never been hidden. Picture the teacher of righteousness walking beside Jesus through the pages of the New Testament. Envision churches built around the War Scroll instead of the Book of Revelation. What would Christianity look like if these desert voices had shaped its formation rather than challenging it from a place of archaeological silence? The Church of the Scrolls would have emerged from very different theological soil. Rather than emphasizing individual salvation through faith, it might have focused on community purification and collective preparation for divine judgment. The Essene emphasis on ritual washing would have made baptism a daily practice rather than a one-time event. Christians would gather at dawn for repeated immersions in flowing water. Communion would carry darker undertones in this alternative Christianity. The sacred meals described in Qumran texts involve strict purity requirements and elaborate hierarchies. Only the spiritually perfected could participate fully. Others watched from the margins, working toward eventual inclusion through gradual purification. The egalitarian vision found in Paul's letters would never have emerged. The concept of priesthood would have evolved along different lines if scroll texts had influenced early Christian development. The Essenes rejected the temple priesthood as corrupt while maintaining their own alternative hierarchy. A scroll-influenced Christianity might have developed competing religious authorities that challenged state-sanctioned churches. Reformation would have come centuries earlier. Apocalyptic thinking would dominate theological discourse in ways that surpass even medieval Christianity's intense preoccupation with end times. The War Scrolls' detailed descriptions of final battles between light and darkness would provide roadmaps for understanding contemporary conflicts. Every political crisis would be interpreted through cosmic frameworks of ultimate spiritual warfare. Angels would play a far more prominent role in daily religious life. The scroll texts describe ongoing interactions between human and heavenly communities. Ordinary believers would expect regular angelic encounters rather than viewing them as extraordinary events. Prayer would involve direct communication with named celestial beings who govern specific aspects of earthly existence. The calendar would follow solar rather than lunar patterns, creating a Christian year that differed significantly from both Jewish and Roman systems. Religious festivals would fall on different dates, potentially preventing the syncretism that allowed Christianity to adapt to various cultural contexts. Missionary expansion might have been considerably more difficult. Biblical interpretation would emphasize hidden meanings and immediate applications rather than historical contexts. The Pesher method used at Qumran found current events predicted in ancient prophecies. Every biblical passage would carry multiple layers of meaning, connecting scriptural words to the circumstances directly facing the community. Gender roles might have developed along more restrictive lines if scroll influences had shaped early Christianity. The Essenes practiced celibacy and maintained strict separation between men and women across many aspects of community life. The relatively egalitarian elements found in certain New Testament texts might never have surfaced. Economic arrangements would likely have placed far greater emphasis on communal property and shared resources than historical Christianity ever managed to achieve. The scroll communities practiced radical economic equality that surpassed even the most devoted monastic movements. Private wealth would have been viewed as spiritual corruption rather than divine blessing. The relationship with political authority would have been consistently oppositional rather than accommodating. The Essenes rejected both Roman rule and the Jewish religious establishment. A scroll-influenced Christianity would never have achieved the imperial endorsement that Constantine provided. It would have remained a countercultural movement. The development of Christian doctrine would have followed different paths if scroll texts had been available to early theologians. The complex angelic and dualistic cosmology of Qumran would have influenced discussions about the nature of Christ and the Trinity. Theological controversies would have centered on entirely different questions. Martyrdom traditions would have been less prominent if scroll influences had shaped Christian attitudes toward persecution. The Essenes withdrew from society rather than confronting it directly. Christian responses to Roman persecution might have emphasized escape rather than bearing witness through suffering. The relationship between Christianity and Judaism would have been even more layered if scroll texts had been widely known. The Essenes represented a form of Judaism that rejected mainstream temple worship while maintaining strict adherence to divine law. Christian claims about fulfilling or replacing Judaism would have faced much stronger counterarguments. Monasticism would have emerged far earlier and in different forms if scroll communities had provided visible models for Christian imitation. The detailed regulations for community life found in scroll texts would have influenced monastic rules centuries before Benedict or Augustine developed their systems. Art and architecture would reflect different theological emphases if scroll imagery had shaped Christian visual culture. Instead of crosses and fish symbols, churches might display imagery of light battling darkness, angels engaged in cosmic warfare, or scenes of ritual purification. The aesthetic sensibility would be more austere and symbolic. Music and liturgy would have developed around different themes if scroll texts had provided source material for Christian worship. The Thanksgiving hymns found at Qumran emphasized divine predestination and human unworthiness in ways that would have created very different hymnological traditions. The role of women in this alternative Christianity remains uncertain, because scroll texts reveal contradictory evidence about Essene attitudes toward gender. Some passages suggest complete exclusion, while others imply more complex arrangements. That ambiguity might have led to ongoing controversies about women's participation in religious life. Missionary strategies would have emphasized withdrawal and purification rather than engagement and conversion. The Essene model involved creating separated communities that served as examples of righteous living. Evangelism would have focused on attracting the spiritually elite rather than appealing to the masses. Biblical canon formation would have proceeded differently if scroll texts had been available to early church councils. Some of the non-canonical books found at Qumran might have achieved scriptural status, while others currently in the Bible might have been excluded. The shape of Christian scripture would be fundamentally different. The relationship between faith and reason would have developed along different lines if scroll influences had shaped early Christian intellectual life. The Essene emphasis on revealed knowledge and predetermined divine plans would have created different approaches to philosophy and natural science. Social justice concerns would have been framed in terms of cosmic dualism rather than human equality. The scroll texts view poverty and oppression as manifestations of cosmic evil rather than correctable social problems. Reform movements would have emphasized spiritual purification rather than structural change. This alternative Christianity would have faced its own crises and adaptations as historical circumstances changed. The rigid purity requirements that worked for small desert communities might have proved unworkable for large urban populations. The exclusive attitudes that maintained group identity might have prevented successful expansion. The Protestant Reformation might never have occurred if scroll-influenced Christianity had already incorporated the sectarian tendencies that drove medieval reform movements. Alternatively, Reformation might have happened continuously as different groups claimed authentic interpretation of scroll teachings. Modern encounters with scientific discovery and historical criticism would have created different challenges for a scroll-based Christianity. The archaeological recovery of the actual scrolls would raise questions about how accurately later traditions had preserved original teachings. The same historical methods that challenge biblical inerrancy would apply equally to scroll interpretation. Today's world offers glimpses of what scroll-influenced Christianity might have produced. Some contemporary movements emphasize community living, ritual purity, and apocalyptic expectation in ways that echo Qumran practices. These groups provide partial models for imagining how different early Christian development might have been. The Dead Sea Gospel remains forever hypothetical, but its implications illuminate the contingent nature of historical Christianity. The religion that conquered Rome and shaped Western civilization emerged from particular circumstances and choices that might easily have gone another way. The scrolls remind us that other paths were possible, other voices existed, and the triumph of orthodoxy was never inevitable. In the end, this alternative Christianity would have been neither better nor worse than the historical Christianity we know, simply different. It would have produced its own saints and sinners, its own wisdom and blindness, its own contributions to human flourishing and human suffering. The scrolls show us not what should have been, but what could have been, expanding our understanding of the roads not taken in the journey of faith, truth, heresy, and the enduring human need to know. Sarah Chen stares at her computer screen at 2 in the morning, scrolling through digital images of scroll fragments that most people will never lay eyes on. She is a graduate student who discovered these materials through leaked databases that academics whisper about in conference hallways. The texts challenge everything her professors taught her about early Christianity. She faces a choice that scholars have confronted for decades: publish the truth and risk her career, or stay silent and protect her future. This dilemma captures something fundamental about human nature that the Dead Sea Scrolls have exposed with uncomfortable clarity. We claim to want truth, but we often prefer comfortable lies. We celebrate brave truth-tellers in retrospect, while punishing them in real time. The scrolls have become a lens through which we can examine our complicated relationship with knowledge itself. The pattern appears throughout scroll history. Scholars who questioned traditional interpretations found themselves marginalized or cut off from research opportunities. Academic careers depended on maintaining relationships with institutions that preferred certain conclusions over others. Truth became secondary to professional survival. Religious communities faced similar tensions when scroll discoveries challenged cherished beliefs. Congregations wanted pastors who could reconcile new archaeological evidence with traditional faith, rather than prophets who proclaimed uncomfortable revelations. Churches that took scroll implications seriously often lost members to denominations that simply ignored them. The psychology of belief creates powerful resistance to information that threatens existing worldviews. When people have built their identities around a particular understanding of history or scripture, contradictory evidence feels like a personal attack rather than scholarly advancement. Emotional investment makes objective evaluation nearly impossible. Power structures depend on controlling information flows to maintain authority and legitimacy. Religious institutions, academic departments, and political movements all have stakes in preserving narratives that support their positions. The scrolls threaten multiple power centers simultaneously, creating coordinated resistance to their full revelation. Yet human curiosity proves remarkably persistent. Despite institutional pressure and personal comfort, Sarah Chen represents thousands of scholars who risk everything to pursue questions that matter more than career advancement. The same drive that sent explorers across oceans and scientists into laboratories compels researchers to seek truth wherever it leads. The internet age has transformed this dynamic by making information suppression far more difficult. Digital copies circulate beyond institutional control. Leaked documents appear on websites that transcend national boundaries. The old gatekeeping systems that managed controversial discoveries for decades have largely collapsed under technological pressure. This democratization of access creates new problems alongside new opportunities. Amateur researchers without proper training make claims that professional scholars must spend time debunking. Conspiracy theorists exploit legitimate questions about institutional secrecy to promote unfounded speculation. Signal becomes harder to distinguish from noise. The economic incentives surrounding controversial discoveries also complicate truth-seeking efforts. Publishers want sensational claims that sell books rather than careful analysis that advances knowledge. Documentary producers prefer dramatic narratives over nuanced scholarship. Market forces push consistently toward oversimplification and exaggeration. Social media amplifies these distortions by rewarding content that generates strong emotional responses. Measured scholarly conclusions attract far fewer clicks than breathless revelations about hidden truths. The algorithms that determine what people see prioritize engagement over accuracy. The polarization of contemporary society makes neutral evaluation of controversial evidence increasingly difficult. People approach scroll discoveries with predetermined positions shaped by their religious or political commitments. Evidence gets filtered through ideological frameworks that determine conclusions before investigation even begins. Educational systems struggle to teach the critical thinking skills that would help people evaluate complex historical claims. Students learn to memorize information rather than assess evidence. They graduate without the tools necessary for distinguishing reliable sources from unreliable ones, or for recognizing their own cognitive biases. The specialization of academic disciplines creates additional barriers to understanding complex topics like the Dead Sea Scrolls. Archaeologists, linguists, historians, and theologians approach the same materials from different perspectives with different methodologies. Interdisciplinary synthesis becomes difficult when experts cannot communicate effectively across professional boundaries. Legal and ethical frameworks for managing archaeological discoveries remain inadequate for addressing the questions raised by materials like the scrolls. National sovereignty, cultural heritage, religious freedom, and scholarly access create competing claims that legal systems struggle to balance. International cooperation breaks down when interests conflict. The temporal distance between ancient texts and modern interpreters creates interpretive challenges that go beyond simple translation difficulties. We bring contemporary assumptions and categories to materials produced in radically different cultural contexts. Understanding requires imaginative reconstruction of worldviews that no longer exist. The commercialization of archaeology introduces additional complications when scholarly research becomes entangled with tourism, fundraising, and marketing concerns. Sites like Qumran must balance preservation with public access, education with entertainment, and accuracy with appeal to diverse audiences. Climate change and political instability threaten both the physical preservation of archaeological sites and the institutional stability necessary for long-term research projects. Materials that survived for 2 millennia in desert caves now face risks from human conflict and environmental degradation that could destroy them within decades. The rise of artificial intelligence offers new tools for analyzing ancient texts while raising questions about the role of human interpretation in understanding historical materials. Computers can identify patterns that human scholars miss, but they cannot supply the cultural context and intuitive insight that meaning-making requires. Religious fundamentalism in various traditions creates resistance to historical critical methods that treat sacred texts as human documents subject to ordinary analytical techniques. When faith commitments require particular conclusions about textual origins and meanings, scholarly investigation becomes threatening rather than illuminating. The globalization of higher education has created opportunities for international collaboration on scroll research, while simultaneously exposing Western academic assumptions to challenge from scholars trained in different intellectual traditions. Non-European perspectives on ancient Middle Eastern materials offer fresh insights while revealing cultural biases embedded in established interpretations. The question of who holds authority to interpret ancient texts becomes increasingly complex in pluralistic societies where religious, secular, and indigenous communities advance competing claims about cultural heritage and historical meaning. Democratic ideals of equal access come into conflict with expertise-based authority claims. The mental health implications of pursuing dangerous truths deserve far more attention than they typically receive. Scholars who challenge powerful institutions or cherished beliefs often face isolation, harassment, and career destruction. The psychological costs of truth-telling can be severe for individuals, even while benefiting society as a whole. Sarah Chen saves her files and closes her laptop as dawn breaks outside her apartment window. She knows that publishing her research will generate controversy and may end her academic career. But she also knows that truth matters more than personal comfort, that future generations deserve honest answers to honest questions, that the voices from Qumran deserve to be heard regardless of what they reveal about contemporary beliefs. Her choice represents the eternal human struggle between safety and knowledge, between belonging and integrity, between comfortable illusion and uncomfortable truth. The Dead Sea Scrolls have forced thousands of people to make similar choices over the past 7 decades. They will continue forcing such choices as long as humans possess both the courage to seek truth and the wisdom to recognize how painful truth can sometimes be. In the end, the scrolls teach us that heresy and orthodoxy are human categories that have little to do with historical accuracy or spiritual value. What matters is not whether discoveries conform to our expectations, but whether we have the honesty to follow evidence wherever it leads and the humility to admit when our cherished beliefs need revision. The human need to know ultimately outweighs the human need to be comfortable. But the tension between these drives never fully resolves. The shepherd's stone arcs through desert air and crashes into clay, shattering a secret that was never meant to stay hidden. In that moment of impact, the sound echoes across centuries, awakening voices that had been waiting in darkness for nearly 2,000 years. The Dead Sea Scrolls were never really lost. They were simply sleeping, dreaming of the day when human hands would once again unfold their ancient truths. Time moves differently in the caves above Qumran. While empires rose and fell in the world outside, while Christianity conquered Rome and Islam swept across the Middle East, while crusaders and pilgrims fought over holy sites, the scrolls waited in patient silence. They watched through cracks in stone as history rewrote itself again and again, each generation claiming exclusive truth, while the real witnesses lay wrapped in linen just beyond reach. The Essenes, who hid these texts, understood something that their persecutors never grasped. Words possess power that transcends the people who speak them. Ideas survive the destruction of the communities that birth them. Truth outlasts the institutions that try to suppress it. When Roman legions marched toward Qumran in 68 CE, the scrolls were already beyond their reach, protected by darkness and time until the moment was right for revelation. Every attempt to silence these voices only amplified their eventual impact. The temple authorities who drove the Essenes into the desert inadvertently preserved alternative versions of scripture that would challenge later claims about biblical inerrancy. The Roman destruction that scattered Jewish communities across the Mediterranean also scattered seeds of Essene, thought that would influence early Christian development in ways historians are still working to understand. The medieval church that carefully controlled which texts survived and which disappeared could not reach into sealed caves to edit manuscripts that contradicted their theological constructions. The Islamic conquests that transformed the religious landscape of Palestine passed over Qumran without disturbing the sleep of its ancient guardians. The crusades that fought over sacred sites never found the most sacred site of all. Even the Ottoman Empire that ruled this region for 4 centuries never suspected that the greatest treasure in their domain lay hidden in caves that looked empty to casual observation. The British mandate that brought modern archaeology to Palestine ended just as the scrolls emerged from their hiding places, as if time itself had waited for the moment when scientific methods could properly preserve and study their contents. The timing of their discovery seems almost prophetic in retrospect. The establishment of Israel in 1948 provided a homeland for a people whose ancient texts had just emerged from the desert. The development of carbon dating techniques allowed precise determination of their age. The invention of photography enabled their preservation without damage from handling. Even the political circumstances that kept them controversial ensured that they would receive attention from scholars around the world. Every attempt to control their message has ultimately failed. The academic monopoly that hoarded them for decades only increased public fascination with their content. The religious institutions that tried to manage their interpretation found themselves challenged by independent scholars who asked uncomfortable questions. The political movements that claimed them for nationalist purposes discovered that ancient texts refused to serve modern agendas without resistance. The scrolls have spoken through every medium that human ingenuity has invented. They whispered through scholarly articles that most people never read. They proclaimed their truths through popular books that reached millions. They found voices in documentaries that brought their stories to television screens around the world. They adapted to digital formats that make them accessible to anyone with an internet connection. Their influence extends far beyond the boundaries of scholarship and religious studies. Artists have drawn inspiration from their imagery of light battling darkness. Musicians have composed works based on their thanksgiving hymns. Novelists have crafted stories around their mysterious origins and dramatic discovery. They have entered popular culture in ways that ensure their survival regardless of academic fashion or religious politics. The questions they raise refuse to be answered with simple formulas or traditional categories. They force us to reconsider the relationships between Judaism and Christianity, between orthodoxy and heresy, between community and individual, between this world and the world to come. Every generation that encounters them must wrestle with implications that previous generations could not fully grasp. They have taught us humility about the limitations of human knowledge and the provisional nature of historical understanding. Confident assertions about the origins of Christianity or the development of Judaism must now account for evidence that complicates every simple narrative. The scrolls remind us that the past was more complex than the present can easily comprehend. They have also taught us courage about the importance of asking difficult questions and following evidence wherever it leads. The scholars who risked careers to study them, the journalists who exposed attempts at suppression, the ordinary people who demanded access to humanity's heritage, all participated in a struggle for truth that the scrolls themselves inspire. The digital age has given them new voices that reach audiences their ancient authors never could have imagined. Pixels on screens display Hebrew characters that scribes once traced by candlelight. Algorithms search their texts for patterns that human eyes might miss. Artificial intelligence helps translate languages that few people still speak fluently. Yet something essential remains unchanged from the moment when Essene hands first shaped these letters on parchment. The fundamental human questions that drove ancient scribes to preserve these texts continue driving modern readers to study them. What does it mean to be human? How should we relate to the divine? What obligations do we have to each other and to future generations? The scrolls offer no easy answers to these eternal questions, but they provide evidence that people have been asking them for millennia. They connect us to ancestors who struggled with doubt and faith, who built communities and watched them fail, who preserved wisdom and saw it ignored by their contemporaries. Their voices remind us that we are not alone in our questioning. The caves that once protected them now stand empty, their treasures removed to climate-controlled storage facilities and museum displays. But the caves, remember. When desert winds blow through Qumran at dawn, they carry echoes of voices that refuse to be silenced. The stones that witnessed ancient rituals and midnight copying sessions still bear the presence of people who believed their words would matter to future generations. They were right. The scrolls matter now more than ever. In an age when competing claims about truth threaten to tear apart the fabric of civilized discourse, They offer a model of how diverse communities can maintain distinctive beliefs while engaging in serious dialogue with different perspectives. They show us how to preserve tradition while remaining open to new understanding. The shepherd who threw that stone in 1947 could not have known that he was awakening voices that would speak to millions of people across the world. The cave that once echoed with the sound of breaking pottery now echoes with conversations in languages that did not exist when the scrolls were hidden. The silence has been broken forever. But perhaps there was never really silence at all. Perhaps the scrolls were always speaking to those who had ears to hear. Perhaps every generation that passed by their hiding places received some echo of their message, some whisper of alternative possibilities, some suggestion that official stories never contain the whole truth. Now their voices join the great conversation of humanity that spans millennia and continents, connecting ancient wisdom with contemporary questions, desert caves with digital networks, candlelit scriptoriums with university classrooms. They remind us that truth is always larger than the institutions that claim to possess it, that wisdom comes from unexpected places, that the most important messages often hide in the most unlikely locations. The Dead Sea Scrolls were never silent. They were simply waiting for the right moment to join their voices to the chorus of human, seeking that defines our species at its best. Now that they have spoken, they will never be silent again. Their words have entered the stream of human consciousness, where they will flow forward into whatever future our descendants create. In the end, they teach us that preservation and revelation are acts of faith in human possibility. The Essenes who hid them believed that future generations would be worthy of their trust. We who have found them must prove worthy of that faith, by listening carefully to what they say and by passing their voices forward to those who will come after us. The story of the Dead Sea Scrolls is not finished. It continues in every classroom where students encounter their texts, in every laboratory where scientists study their materials, in every moment when someone reads their words and feels connected across time to the community of seekers who wrote them. They were hidden, they were forbidden, but they were never forgotten, because truth has a way of preserving itself against all odds, against all opposition, against all attempts to silence it forever. The scrolls are proof that words matter, that ideas survive, that the human hunger for understanding cannot be satisfied with easy answers or official dogmas. They are proof that somewhere in the darkness, truth is always waiting for its moment to speak.